Alrighty, so I watched Sabine Hossenfelder's video about Terrance Howard and his theory of everything and how it improves physics. Short, quick answer. If you have a question like this, no, I'm not on Terrance Howard's side. There's no way in hell that it would be the case. No. Uh, just no. And I'm really glad she brought attention to this because too many people were genuinely starting to go, maybe he's right. And I know why, because this is a psychological phenomenon where I feel whatever amount of lesser somehow to someone I perceive to be thinking above me, and it irks me, and I can use that cult like defensive attitude of a crowd and get them onto my side and think, even if I don't know anything about it or I know that they're wrong, then there's the trolls, right, that go along with it, that have the fun after science, which is how QAnon happened to grow as big as it did, which is the whole thing. However, here's the thing. Depending on how it is that you decide, okay, to go with 1 times 1 equals 2, it's the order of operations and the way it's written for the definition that I also agree that Sabine Hossenfelder is correct about for math. Okay, so like how it is that you decide to define those order of operations, which we say are defined as this one number here, which is in the front, then goes over this number of times, and then we add it, like she says. But because it is horizontally written, it turns into something else as an algebraic equation, which is shorthand, and it's a problem of how that happens to work out, which is odd to say the least, because we go, no, it's not, and it's not a big deal, and blah 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 blah, but it doesn't work with our minds typically once we become more educated about order of operations and the definition of what we're supposed to do with what that is defined as to us then. And what that's basically saying is 1 then is a separate value with a x value denoting that separation that then goes over to this other 1. The 1 that's over there has, technically speaking, a invisible x attached to it. Instead, if it was written as 1 parentheses x with above it or somewhere x equals 1, then you go, right, yeah, it's 1, because it's the 1x. But instead, it's like the x1, which is what you have to kind of look at it as, because it's from left to right here, but also it's a whole, and it's just doing the same thing once, right? But it's like that 1 value, okay, gains the 1, and then the 1 over here did not go anywhere in an algebraic expression. And in order of operations, it doesn't have a negative value that suddenly appeared and removed it. As a result, you go, well, it's over there, what do I do with it? Then you just go, cancel it out, don't think about it, it's still just this 1x, and it's just 1. In which case I go, why the hell did you ask me to do anything with this? Wouldn't you just write it as 1? Where's the calculation? Why would I do this? How does that make sense? Why would you even try? It did nothing. What is the point of the 1? What is the point of the x? What? Exactly. It makes no sense when I say it like that most often to people. But it's like, but it doesn't do anything. What is the point of this? It's a literal, non existent calculation. Nothing occurred. It's whatever value that is on the second side past the x. It makes no logical sense. And when she brings up the apple, I go, okay, this is going to be worse, isn't it? Yep, she got it wrong again. But not because of really getting it wrong, but because of the way the order of operations gets defined. Which is where, instead of we're super, super smart, it's just we get more educated and then we learn about a given issue that occurs with this. We go, that X doesn't exist. There is no such thing as this invisible X that you talk about. Where'd it come from? This X goes over the 1 and it stays over there. If you want it to be like that. See what I mean? They can move it around. It's just what it is. But it's like, the moment you turn it vertically, because it's the ADHD brain, 1 drops down to this X off to the side, to the left. You have 1X down there. That 1 below is the defined value of the X below. You get 1. You don't have to add because there's no other numbers, there's nothing else that's going to happen. Makes total sense. It's really simple to understand. But the moment it's sideways, algebraic PIM and or BIM, P and or B, DOS starts to happen. And you go, this, which sucks. Because it's like, no, I know it's 1. I agree-ish. So I'll go back to the apple. And the reason why I talk like this is because of how it is this order of operations happens to work for me, logic-wise. It's the equivalent of, I went to the grocery store, I came back home, I smoked a cigar, I bought groceries. What? Wait, what? Wait, what? That's what 1 times 1 equals 1 means to me. It's like, where the fuck? Isn't there like a thing in between this? I bought groceries after the store. I'm pretty fucking sure. Right? And it's like, I'm correcting a logic error in order of operations here. That's what the problem is. That's all that is. And it's stuck so deeply into my brain that it turns into, this apple I started with denotes a value of, let's say, an imagined computer that says this other one is to denote the value of the apple into this box. Okay? Along with how many times you're going to multiply it. But in reality, you're just adding it. So you go, 1 apple. Where'd the other apple go? You started with that other apple. Did you place it in the box? You started with this separate apple that goes into that box, because that's the representative value of the original one. It just represents that. Where did this other one on the other side of this equation go? You didn't cancel out. Where'd it go? Makes no sense to some people. But, to put it another way, 1 times 5. The 1 apple is the representative value. I'm now going to go into 5 boxes. Well, I can't put one apple in every fucking box. So they all have apples in these boxes, and I must add them all together. Where did that one go? That one apple I started with. It didn't go anywhere. What do I do with it? Oh, just forget about it. That's my apple. I'm gonna eat that apple. No. Fuck you. No, I'm keeping my apple. Trying to con me out of an extra apple, you bastard. And I know why they did it this way. Because it makes sense to try and teach people initially that way until you get ultimately more educated, older, and more experienced in this, and you go, wait a second, where'd my extra apple go? Right? And so it's like, it's not an algebraic, you don't do this, and I'm like, why? Because you don't like it? Well, no, it's just because it doesn't give you the right answer. Exactly. For the order of operations as it is phrased as the algebraic shorthand you are doing here. All you have to do is make it vertical, or simply put the x there, and then have that x value represent something, and then you teach kids algebra that fast. You should never write it horizontally. Horizontally means it never works. There's a order of operations that behaves like a bad logic check. The definition that is there is rough. I don't like it. So what I end up going and saying, well, here's a circle around this x. Okay, this is how I do it. So that way it easily gets defined as to what the parameters are for this math I do for binary math, for programming math. And the reason why I want to preference this with this will become clear later. Alright, binary starts at 0. It goes 0, 1, 2, 3, 4. That is 5 fingers you should hold up. That's 5 numbers right there. Right? Better picture, I guess, for some of them out there that might listen. Feynman diagrams. You have a starting value of a particle. It didn't change. It's energy. You multiply it by whatever it is, you say it stays the same. It clearly didn't. You would do a non-value, 0, which is where Terrance Howard has his issue with physics. 0 in math should do nothing. It should cancel out nothing. Why does it cancel out everything? That is annoying in all ways. But we know why they made it so we learn math that way. We want it to start at 0, so that way we think 1 will do nothing and just be this other number and we'll cancel out this other thing, and then we can move on to 2. But if 0 did nothing and 1 did nothing, then what would you honestly start off thinking? Maybe 1 should do something, right? Why doesn't 1 do anything? 0 makes sense, it's a non-value, it should do nothing. Why doesn't 1 do something? And it's because we look at it incorrectly. And instead of the vertical way, where we drop down 1x for whatever number is above, I could put a 2 down there, then the x value turns into the 2. I have 1 times 2. I have 1x down there, the x is 2, it's 2. Works for every number. But put it another way, I go 0 times 1. I have 0 apples. The representative value is 0. I have a box of 0 apples. I have an output of 0. I have 1 apple. I multiply it by 0. It does nothing. I still remain with 1 apple. Wait, what? You do it all the time, too. 120 times 90. 0 at the 90. You look up, 0. Just put a placeholder value. It didn't do anything. It's at the 10 value. 9. 0. Great, just put a placeholder value for the, instead of the 1s, the 10 value. Sorry, misspoke. Right. And then I move on. It does nothing to it. It did nothing. But if I set it differently, I started with 0 apples, and then I multiplied it by 9 boxes of 0 apples in it. I can do nothing from that point. So what do I do instead? I go, there was nothing there, so it did nothing, and it was actually 9 times 0, and so 9, but wait, I can't do that. So instead I go, it was 0, it still remains 0, drop it there. And then I move on. And the 9's still there as the boxes I have. And then I move on, and I keep the 9 value as a representative value for the boxes. I do 2, and then I do 1, and I place my numbers down. And then I have my answer. You've been doing it every time like that. Makes total sense. No malarkey business here. But the reason why we have trouble is because we go, why the hell is it 2? So we go, the 0, which is not a 0, it's just a circle around an x, goes, the x says, this is the order of operations that you do. You understand that the 1 is not canceled. And the other 1 happens to have the x. The circle that was around it goes around the 1 on the left side. The x understands that it was 1. Representative value. So the x is still 1. You have 1 column. And you go, that is 1. The circle around the 1 goes, I drop down as the bubble then pops. I then add the 2 1s. And then I get 2. Behold the magic of open to new ideas, new horizons, the clicks. Oh no, what will they do? You see what I mean? Super simple, but the shorthand of the multiplication and what it's actually saying with how it is that it is actually written, unfortunately, means the logic dictates every time to think of it like this. And only that, even though the definition axiomatically, meaning common sense, says it should be this, but it actually isn't, because that's not how order of operations works, is that this is what you do. Which sucks. Where does the 1 go? I have to move the 1. In algebra, I have to minus it. I can't have another 1 over here, because then I just go back to 0. That doesn't make sense. 1 times 1 does not equal 0. That's the stupidest idea I've ever heard. I will never do that. That's clearly not correct. There's already an equal over here. I'm not going to move it over there. That's the dumbest, stupidest thing I've ever heard, too. I already know that it's a representative of this number, which is to mean something with this number. Logic dictates that must be saying to do with this symbol this many number of times. But that number over here does not go away. So I must leave it alone and say this representative with this many number of times. Then I must move this number down and then use it. Which is why the definition of how it is written works that way. But the way they define it, logic-wise, is utter garbage shit, and they should feel bad and change it. I'm mean about it. You need to be uncomfortable to change. Stop it. Stop doing that. Stop thinking that the way you have it set up makes any sense at all. It doesn't work that way. You think it does work this way. That the one disappeared for no reason. It didn't. It doesn't. You have to prove why and explain why the one happened to disappear. Or just write it differently, where it's 1x and x equals 1. Or 1 times 1 only vertically. And then it always works out just fine. The moment you don't do that is the moment it doesn't work anymore. That's all that is. I don't know about Terrance Howard, but that's me, and that's called binary math. Because it starts with one order of operations beginning. From left to right, yes, it's there. However, I go to multiplication. I must understand what this is. I then go through the logic and then end up with 2. Which is why I ended up defining this differently, as this is kind of a thing for kind of how I would determine whether or not I would view aliens, if we were to meet them somehow, as stupid or smart. What does their 0 do in their math? Does it do nothing, or does it return it back to 0? Back to 0. They're stupid. Oh shit, it's gonna be a long one. We probably all have a hard as fuck time. Probably separate everything and do clicky tribe bullshit sometimes. It does nothing. That's a good start. What does their 1 do? Well, looks like nothing. They're dumb as fuck. It seems what you said it does is... Oh. That's also a good start. When a 0 is in front of the multiplication symbol, what does it result in? 0. That's a good start. What if it's a 1 times 0? 0. That's bad. That's really stupid. I don't know if I can talk to these aliens. That sounds like they're stupid as fuck. I'm not gonna go with that. I just can't. Nope, I'm gonna have to move on. But that's binary logic algebra, programming language stuff. It starts from a beginning. It goes that this must mean this to do this many number. Represent value here goes there. Do that this many times. This value we cancel out. Why? Because I said so. Is there a good reason for it? You don't know that. You're Bosnian. Just do what I tell you. Yes, but I'm the programmer, douchefuck. Why does it do that? Because I said so. Yeah, you're not paying me anything. It's not doing that. Comments here. Douchefuck says it goes back to 0. Not doing that. Instead, it does this now. Wouldn't you know it? It's 2. Then I made a different symbol. It's the pound and or hashtag inside of a circle. This is super easy. It goes, the bubble goes back over to the 1. It then makes a negative symbol out of one of the pluses that are in the hash, and it makes a 1 occur. However, in order for that to do that, it makes an X over to where the original 1 is. It then says, that negative 1 and positive 1 cancel, right? However, the X moving over there stored that information and says it's over there. Now it is 1x where the X value is 1. And it equals 1. This is your standard, what you were always trying to say, but didn't say correctly, way of doing the horizontal algebraic shorthand equation. Just make it vertical. Why is it so hard for them? Especially when you have to deal with CPUs and transistors, storage of cache, delivery of power. It's like you're not helping your case. Sideways horizontal here programming says, fuck you binarily. I hate you so much. Why? You are the worst to program for. Do you know that? I have to literally write out rules that make no logical sense that cannot be followed. It just says, exception error, do this. Why does it cancel anything? My sine wave is canceled, it goes back to 0. But there's a sequence of events that the output pin says it then needs to do this binary, which represents your 0. And it needs to know that. You know that's annoying, right? Not to mention, why is it that if I can understand 0 value initial no sine wave, square wave, right? That goes in, that then goes nothing changed. I now must immediately turn all of this into all the values of the binary of no, nothing is there. Do you know how annoying you are to program? Do you? My 0. Fuck you, bitch. Look at me. I'm going to set up all these cache values and then nothing happened. That must mean just spit out the 0 binary, whatever representative value that is. That sucks ass. I hate this. That didn't do anything. Energy has to confirm something. To do that, that means it has to have that immediately set up in the cache, and then, nothing happened over this sequence interval of time. So now I'll spit out this binary that says it's 0. You suck. You're factually harder to do. You waste clock cycles. If I started off with nothing and then did nothing to it, nothing changes. Easy, all day. That binary didn't do anything. I start off with, this is a 1. It's a square wave that comes in. It did nothing to it. The square wave remains the same. Transistor goes, and 1 is there. Oh. No, I apparently binarily have to say it's 0 for some stupid reason. This is stupid. Why? Ugh. Meanwhile, I'm looking at Feynman diagrams. And so it does something or nothing? The 1. What does it do? But I mean, it's to itself. So you're squaring it? No, we're adding it. I mean, we're not doing it. It just remains the same. So it's a 0. No, it did something happened. So what happened? What happened? What occurred at all? What happened? I just want to know what happened. Movement? Movement happened. So it lost energy trying to effectively be calculated and multiplied by 1? So shouldn't it be a lower value? No, it did nothing to it. Oh, it did nothing to it. But you said you calculated and you multiplied by 1. It just remained the same and it did nothing. Then why are you saying it did anything with a 1? It didn't do anything. Then where is this representative 1 thing? It's a time. It's a time thing. So why is it still the same value? Well, obviously it would lose information, energy, and more. You're a nonce. You idiot. Why am I being made to do something? You could have just said, subtract this amount. If you wanted me to multiply by 1. Please go away. We're thinking really hard about our math. I don't care what you're thinking about. Just say you did nothing to it with a 0. But there is no 0 because it still would subtract by a certain amount. Really? Why am I multiplying by 1 again? Fuck off. There is no 1 value to multiply by. I hate you. What am I supposed to write programming-wise for you? Do you know this literally makes it so all calculator math has to be rewritten? I hate you. Meanwhile, programmers, oh thank God somebody's saying it. Other mathematicians and physicists, oh thank God somebody's saying it. This is so stupid. This isn't how this works. Nobody would... It's true, though, actually. Now, here's the theory of everything type of thing, though. For Terrance Howard, me. Define the infinite quantum field problem. There's an infinite amount of particles, infinite density, all the way down to all dimensional spaces. What? Yes. Now define how it moves. If all directionality to any movement has friction and an infinite density for it to go through. There's obviously space. Define how that space existed. Well, I don't have that. No one does. Did it exist before, or did it exist after? Define that. I can't. It's already in your fucking theory as a definition. It says it isn't there. It's also infinitely dense over there. Why is movement occurring? Entropy, or how does it move? With infinite amounts of friction and density. Where does it tunnel to? An even smaller infinite? Or an even bigger infinite? I don't know. That's not great. You should know that about your own quantum field theory. That's a problem. So what do we do? We'll skip it. We'll just put vacuums inside of things. The modification? So movement occurs. Where is it going? How did it do that? Okay. I'm not sure. Great. Super. So nothing can move and there is no space for it to do it. Otherwise, the properties, which are very odd here suddenly, are they have no friction. Why are there any sizes to any of these particles that you have? They're just vibrating. What hit it to make vibrations? How does it move? How does a vibration move in an infinite dense thing? I don't know. It just does. Great. So, you failed the first logic check of your theory. Your sanity is not sound. Great. You're insane to think what you think. No, but here's the way it gets easily fixed. There was no infinite density. It was only approaching near infinite density. There was a space that is actually, on a technicality, infinitely dense. In no way, but absolutely is something that happens to show off a clearly defined outside space. It does not have time, though, but there is space. We are going to move into it. We are an outward bound pressure that will go in towards it infinitely, technicality-wise. Although I describe this a lot more through my theory of everything, a couple of my other videos in my theoretical physics, and more, like also into the black hole playlist that I have. I actually have a few playlists about this, but the point is the general gist is it wasn't infinite. There is an infinite, technicality-wise, that does exist, but it's called the nothingness. The nothingness sees, this is the big one, hold on, because you hate the idea of nothingness existing in physics. It has no space and it has no time. To it, it's because it starts off as the only thing, as an infinite, because it is the only thing. There is nothing else but it. Now, it all looks the same, right? But the moment it gets defined as itself, as the infinite it is, we'll throw out chopsticks. It's chopsticks. Infinite chopsticks. Right, except infinite chopsticks in infinite different directions, in infinite different dimensions, in infinite different ways, starts looking like all the things in all the ways. Even us. We are chopstick people now, It's just, if you get really, really, really small and low down, they're just chopsticks still. And then they eventually all move and get connected the right way, and wouldn't you know it, that's my hand. Look at your hand. It's a bunch of chopsticks, apparently. But it isn't. Not to it. The nothingness does not see that. It goes, I am this and I am not a bunch of that. There's a difference between me and that, based upon the perspective it has of itself. It goes, I do not want to be a bunch of chopsticks. That then get defined into all these infinite myriad of all the things it could be. So it goes, no, I'm going to correct this. I'm going to move it. I'm going to do all this other shit. How does it do that? It's infinitely dimensioned all the things, but it has no space and it has no time. So it doesn't move anything, and it didn't do it with any energy. Because it doesn't need to, because it's infinitely able to do that. Because it's actually infinite. But only on a technicality does it even exist, and only on a technicality is it even infinite. So it goes, I am not this, I must correct that. This is what entropy is defined as. It sees chaos, I am only this, it must go back to this. Our version of it says it must destroy itself to effectively remove that. It wants to go back to being the nothing that it is, because it sees it as the something. And it also wants to be the something that it is as the nothing that it views itself as. Very simple stuff. Now, it can't do that, right? It's infinitely able to do all these fucking stupid things, right? To make it so that way it didn't do anything at all. It's effectively a waste. But what did happen? The idea of movement. An informational constant has been created. Nothing actually moved. Nothing really did anything. But sure, really seemed like maybe it could have. But what does it do then? Easy stuff. It tries a whole bunch of shit, and it's not perfect. Wouldn't you know it? After however much time that is, even though it has no time, to us and even itself. A very odd thing, because it stores no information other than it's moving. Tried this way, tried that way, tried this. I don't want it like this. I want it to be like this. I want it to be like this. I want it to be like this. So, it goes, right? It can't do anything. It's nothing. But it is everything right now, isn't it? It is the only thing. It can be the only thing. It certainly doesn't want that. It doesn't seem to like it. And it certainly doesn't like the only thing that it is like this. There's certainly a lot of movement as an idea of information. So it slips up? Why does it do that? How does it slip up? There's an infinite amount of ways. Well, yeah. It does, doesn't it? Infinities. The chopsticks. It sees and gets defined as itself. It finally sees itself. The entropy is looking and searching for what it is defined as for itself. That's what it did. It went, I am this, move everything that way. That's right. Nothingness knows what it is. And it happens Not quickly, but also not slowly. A very weird concept when there is no space and there is no time. And technically no real energy, except now it has the idea of movement, which is an energy and a force. It has created a force. It then has to find what it is. It has found in the infinite amount of bullshit that it is, the one thing that it really is. All the chopsticks, it does not want to be. It wants to be nothing. So it goes, fucking get the hell out of here. Which is a weird way of phrasing it, but it tries to move that. But it doesn't really move that. It can't move anything. There's no space. There's no time. Except, on a technicality, it has all the space and all of the time and everything. The very opposite. Such a weird one, you know? Hey, wait, isn't that what we say that the beginning of our universe formed from? All of the things infinite cancel itself out, and then we somehow got a little bit of this? How does that work? Well, no, you can't. Correct, that's why there's a problematic fucking mathematical gap here. So, it goes, it needs to correct this thing. It says, no, I can't do that. So, it started to define less than infinite. It finited something compared to itself. Once finite started happening, that's when it took off. These are the non-existent, but then they have potential, and then it goes, it has potential, and it's still non-existent. It goes to gray hole. Gray hole has static little things that are potential, and some of them fall down, some of them go up, and it tries to draw the non-existent potentials, though, up. It sucks it up. It puts it into potential land, which potential land goes, it's existing, and it has potential. Now, it really has potential, and it really exists. Then we get to membrane. These are still massive things. The very opposite of what nothing is. Nothing is an infinite. And it still, even if it has potential here, didn't really create anything. These are informational energies, effectively. But they are momentum, and the exist is the bare minimum of exist. For the non-existent. Nothingness means real nothingness. It's deleted, basically. It breaks conservation of information. Which is weird. Except it didn't technically, because it doesn't exist. Suck it up. Behold the loophole of all physics. Nothingness doesn't exist. But it sure fucking technicality does. Laugh all you want, but it does. Shocker for however long that actually happens to be. Right? Now, what we end up going with is, as potentials are being created, that's movement. We gain momentum. It sometimes influences, interacts, and interferes with itself. We do not do your stupid wave function crap here of only interference. Suck it the fuck up. They're the three eyes of all things. Influence can be both direct and indirect, and somewhere in the middle. But it usually means it alters trajectory, and ultimately somewhat changes what it could be doing or seeing and perceiving. Interaction can have two things coming together, or multiple things, that could do the same thing as influence, or have nothing occur. Like a conversation, and hi, how do you do? And then you move on throughout your day. A slight hitch here, or you didn't even slow down. That's interaction. Weakly and or strong, as you like to call it, except it still works wave function wise, you bastards. You just like interference too damn much. I hate your interference shit, because guess what? Interference means a obstacle. You forgot what interference means, don't you? It means obstacle. Something interferes something. Stop it from continuing as is. Which means addition, subtraction, multiplication, division. Easy for you, but in reality, not everything works that way. Sometimes it's a 0, sometimes it's a 1 that apparently does nothing but subtract shit. But you forgot mathematically works. Influence, interaction does work mathematically. You scumbags with your math. So, that's when it turns into, alright, it's moving. But, of course, there's nothing there it can really fill or create, right? So it has to somehow do that. What does it do? The basic premise is it moves them. It gets up to a point of energetic value and it falls back down. But it still maintains in the existing, but more on the higher side where its potential is always there at the bottom. At the top. But it's for sure existing. See, like, this is like the fractional thing. So it's like, it has potential and it exists. That's the best one. It's solidly in existence. Denominator. The other one, it exists, but it's just potential. See what I mean? Standard stuff. Easy math to understand. Really not hard. But how does it create a membrane? Well, it gets denser, but in a very odd manner. It goes, well, I got up to this point. Right. Well, it's filling up more and 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 more of these things bubbling up. Kind of think of it like that. But it's like, there's nothing there. But it's getting denser. Right. Conservation of momentum. What does zoop mean? Corkscrew, sideways, up, down, left, right. Jiggle, wiggle. Dimensions occur. What does that mean? It starts going horizontal a bit. Zoop. Like a little gravitational slingshot, almost. But you go with, it was a charge field. Nuclears. Force. I go, sure. Whatever. It doesn't have any of that yet. But okay. It has any and all of the information of movement that can ultimately interfere with itself, interact with itself, and influence itself into any given type of force and energy that you've all seen and perceived, observed, detected, and sensed throughout all of time. So far. Only after it creates the space we exist in. Which it hasn't done. So, when it starts to move, instead of bubbling up and constantly doing that, what does that mean? Especially when it has an infinite. Yes. What does that mean? Especially when it goes up and then it falls down, but it'll never go below a certain point. And then that means it'll work back up again. And there's too much density, so it goes off to the side, and it waits its turn to get up there. And then does it again, and does it again, and does it again, and does it again, and it wraps it around. Oh, wonderful. We got the first layer, but there's no membrane here yet. It gained a type of density. And it's going to do it again, and it'll go opposite direction, another direction, another direction, another direction, another direction, another direction. It has created the definition of dimensions to itself. Super hyperdense moving in a multitude of moving matrices. Multi-matrices moving in a multitude of multiple ways. I know, a bunch of M words doesn't really matter much. All it means is that it's going downwards, it's going upwards, it's going this way, it's going that way, and it's doing it over its own version of time. It finally has created an idea and definition to itself, not just of movement, not just of space, but of storage, relative to both itself and others around it, creating a definition of entropy time. That's right. Before, they didn't do anything to each other. They got so dense it couldn't do that anymore, and now it started to do things to itself. Thus equaling, I'm here, get the fuck away. You're all crowding my space, harshing my vibe, man. I have to corky-worky screw and then do this stupid jiggle over here, and then I have to try and shimmy over that way to try and go over there and do something. Wouldn't you know it? It eventually gets really too damn dense to even do that. So what does it do? Go faster! More pressure I'm shoving against you. Fuck you! Dunk. Oh, I'm back at the bottom. Oh, I have to work up again. Great. Yay. Does it again. So it then creates another layer, and again creates another layer of that, and creates another layer of that, and creates another layer of that, and so on. It creates, Michio Kaku's got 11 dimensions here. Yeah, that's nothing, man. It's going to get near infinite. It's not even a joke, because it can get faster and faster and faster, and more dense, because the faster it goes, the less dense it gets. This is thermodynamics. That means space, for its version of events, opens up. It now has a time interval of when something could be there. It's moving faster as a result of what it's doing. It is building up a fake pressure and density. Except it's actually very real. See, it's the opposite. It's building up a fake non-existent pressure, a fake non-existent density. It's making itself continuously look like it's less and less dense and less pressure. Also, that way it can fit more and more shit in it. That's not great. What is it going to do with that? Behold the first start of the membrane. It starts interacting with itself was the first clue. Influencing self with itself as well, and to others. And interacting with itself and others. And finally, it's going to start interfering. It can't do anything anymore, so it has to combine. Think fermionic versus bosonic, almost, right? And other versions like this. This one turns into, because my last name's Lemke, the Lemke. This is Lemke shit. I know. Shocker, I'm a dick about it, just like every other goddamn physicist and more. I'm gonna name it after myself. Suck it up, bitch. Wouldn't you know? Moving on. So, you go, alright, what the fuck? A membrane. It interferes in a way, an angle, dimensionally, think it goes from this 0 dimension to I have a 0.0 and a very bunch of long amount of zeros until we eventually get to there's something there. And it stuck around a little bit. And then it drops back down and it goes and does its thing. but it created something new. From gray hole, what is that? It's a bunch of the non-existents kind of sticking around, and the other one, it kind of falls down. They kind of interact, and one bleeds off energy, kind of like the gravitational thing, except not quite. It's really just momentum and the interaction and influence, and some of them stay statically put. And it's quite massive. These things are fucking ridiculously huge. Nothingness is massive. It's infinite. So when you think about it, it's like, these are infinitely nearly, they're small. You see what I mean? It created the very first start of, it's 0.9 repeated to infinite percent of it. It's 0.9 repeated percent to infinite. Certainly doesn't equal infinite, does it? Because there's a 99 in front. That is correct. 99.9 repeated percent of infinite. Is it infinite? No. Infinite says, fuck you, you're nowhere close. Let's go, bitch. The age-old, I made the axiomatic idea of I don't want it to constantly keep getting closer and never get there. So it's 1. Yeah, but it's not. If you have to do it infinite amounts, it's never going to get there. Suck it the fuck up. Yeah, but it's not. Because you said there is no infinite, but you say in your quantum field here that there is. Fuck you, I can't measure that. So it's not. Okay. Uh-huh. It's not. Why? I don't know. You just said, though, that you can't measure it. It's impossible to measure infinity. Well, you're not infinite. It would take an infinite to measure infinity, wouldn't it? Well, yes. But the concept, and therefore possibility, of its existence denotes no matter what, the possibility should be in any amount of that in an infinite that exists, that it does exist. To phrase it another way, it doesn't matter how low the possibility is, no matter how close it gets towards an infinite zero, if there's still a chance, that means it exists. You either say there is no chance, actually zero, instead of 0.0 repeated, ... infinite, somehow. Or you say, ... question mark? Which one is it? I just need to know. There's no infinite. So then your quantum field theory literally is impossible. Nuh-uh. Oh, okay. What made the movement? Did it compress? Did it elongate? Did it wiggle? Did it jiggle? How does it tunnel? How are tunneling things happening when there's no space for it to tunnel to? Well, there's a degree of squish. Squish would still be a part of infinite. That would mean an infinite amount of effort has been achieved to make any amount of any squish. I'm going to just throw this idea out here. You're wrong, I'm right, and it is infinite, and there's nothing other than that being there. Suck it up. You're wrong. You're going to have to just deal with that. We're not going with that anymore because it doesn't work and you know that. But you don't want to admit that that's wrong because you've been taught that. That's the real problem here. And there is an infinite, but it's the idea of nothingness, which you really dislike. Okay. Deal with the things you don't like. Be uncomfortable a little bit. Maybe you'll grow. Moving on. So it starts the membrane process. Membrane process goes, yay, I'm definitely a thing that's eventually starting to stick around. But I'm not even in the zero dimension to us. Long and the short of that one turns into, it eventually does create the idea of a singularity. It is approaching, you guessed it, zero. It never gets to zero. It will never. It is the 0.0 repeated ... What? You know what I mean? What do you want me to put there? It's not going to be infinite, because that's what zero is in that situation. So what is it? It's a always approaching, but never gets to, zero. So it goes ... and ends. That's right. Zero's still there, it just never gets to it. You're going to have to suck that one up. But that's what makes it so we are here and alive. So I'm going to guess you're going to go with it. Do you want to exist and things are definitely happening? Or do you want to go with, nuh-uh, like some fucking school kid? No, okay, whatever. So moving on, school kid. Let's go with, it was some other value, but it was never near, the infinite zero that it is. But how did it do that? Inward and outward tried to collide. That's how that works. So, remember the dimension thing? It's trying to pop in, and it's trying to pop down. So, it's a very odd concept dimensionally. Like a third dimension inward and a third dimension outward are colliding. I know, a very weird concept to us, because we don't ever think about it like that. Right? But that's what that does. And it's effectively the equivalent of an interference that exists. That's in my Into the Black Hole playlist. Long time ago on my YouTube about how that works. Each one's about an hour long. And I forgot how many videos are there, but that's basically what that is. And it's pretty easy and simple to listen to, so I give it a shot. I tried to make it pretty entertaining. I just sort of did it. I didn't plan it. I didn't do anything, but I kind of planned it a little. But I'm very good at coming up with stuff improv, so deal with that. But what I'll say is, neither here nor there. It effectively cancels out the momentum that was there. The idea of all movement gets ceased. It's inside of an inward and outward. So think about the inward and outward created a shell, right? And then with inside of that shell, it did it again, right? Except the shell on the first one couldn't sustain itself, because obviously they're still empty inside. So it's trying to go inward. The one that's on the inside, well, it sees an attractive force outwards, because that one, it doesn't know is there. At first, it still sees room to expand. So it goes, oh, there's less pressure, because that's what the membrane is. Membrane is pressure inwards trying to push it back down into where the potential land is, right? So it formed a first start of something that kind of sustains itself for a little bit. But because of that, it's like trying to get pushed back down. But within that hollow, it says, suddenly it can appear. That goes, the pressure from that membrane area is not there. And it goes, oh, I can expand. But I can't expand because I'm trying to crunch. Dude, I'm right here. Nuh-uh, that's me. I'm trying to expand. You crunching is me expanding. Nuh-uh, me crunching is different than you expanding. That's not how this works. Nuh-uh. We are the same thing here. That's not... What? 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 That's the setup, basically, that starts everything. It acts like an absolute zero to us. It is not moving, has no energy, no defined space, no time. The only way it does that, though, is because anything around it is going to be used, for that pressure that is, as a force to keep it effectively from moving. So it tries to move it through, and it tries to move it away, and it tries to do this, and it's like trying to dodge it like a superfluid really well. And it's like, nah, you can't jab me. I can dodge everything, right? But it doesn't really do that. Of course, it has to allow for it to move through it, either constructively or destructively, but it ends back at the point of not doing anything. However, when it does that, what happens? It gets more and more defined. It gets more and more defined indeed. But that movement and that energy and that thing that did occur certainly happened. That creates an outward bound pressure. That is defining information of all possibilities for that thing that could have been in a space that has been now suddenly created. It starts to resist the crunching inward pull back into the potential land through the membrane. It did the one thing it had to do. Just keep a space up. If it's the first one, it might not live. It might. It takes a while until it finally hits it right. It's a thing. So, it goes, and I'm now expanding, right? Informational pressure, basically. Movement, informational pressure. So it's like, and I'm making space. An idea of space exists. Informational space. This will become very important very soon. It will try and get to an infinite, because there's an infinite to expand into. And nothingness wants to do that. It wants to remove all of that it is not. That's entropy. Cool stuff. We're almost there. I know, this is getting pretty long, so. Alright. It goes, alright, well, I kind of filled that. No, it just got very big. It's nowhere near, you have no idea what an infinite is, man. You sad, sorry sack of shit, absolute zero. You're nothing. We got a long way to go. So it gets better and better and better, and it gets more and more dense the closer and closer it is for the pressure. Also that way it can maintain its absolute zero status. Of course it's not perfect, and it won't do that. It eventually will fucking fail, and it will have a problem. But what it does do is, remember all those other things that tried to stay in the membrane, and then they'll pop through, back down into the potential land they go, which I didn't talk about, but yeah, that's a thing before it eventually gets to this point. So it takes a while until it can get there, just like it did with membranes, right? So it's like, it's a really long, slow buildup. From nothingness to the first beginning of definition and moving something is a Lemke's number. From that number to membrane and this defined absolute zero, creating our definition of three-dimensional space, is another Lemke's number. Till that's completely 100% devoid of us after we fully Big Bang into the existence that we are, is then going to start the next calculation towards an actual full-on Lemke's number, which is beyond Euler's. Which goes to, and I'll do it again, bitch. Nothingness is still infinite technicality-wise. So another universe will happen while that one expands, and then it condenses as it gets faster and bleeds off any other energy towards eventually collecting itself, and wouldn't you know it, that helps, especially as you get larger and larger and larger and more expansive, the definition of these fields, that pressure, goes away. The informational existence of that pressure and field that was there from the start also dissipates. And then it goes, I'm still a collection of this momentum that exists and I still am here. It then hooks into that, the nothingness and membrane. Those membranic fields can exist. It then gets excited, that's friction, and it goes, I will take energy and start anew. I get both another, from wherever that center or whatever you want to call it is, universe, but also I get more universes over there. What does that do? It rapidly exponentiates the growth of many universes, which is a good thing. You want that, because nothingness is trying to fill a fucking infinite, which it really shouldn't be able to do, except if an infinite amount of time somehow passes, it will eventually do it. So it will eventually fill itself back up and go all the way back to the original point it starts at, thus completing the cycle. It's not going to go back to nothing, though. It simply transforms, and it has the information of the nothingness value in it. What does it do from there? Usually it means it just expands into something else. Not another nothingness, it's something else. Because that's the entropy value kind of weirdness for dimensional stuff. But I'm going to move on from that. That's other stuff that I don't really want to get too deep into, but I got deeper into some of my other videos that are a lot more out there, and I'm quite a bit more animated and loud about it. So, trigger warning on that one. But we're going to go back to, alright, so we got the beginning thing, and we're starting to, do the thing. Stuff that I talked about that's popping in, it's no longer able to have enough pressure to go back through the membrane into potential land. That then slowly sees itself travel towards I call it an egg, because it looks like an egg, and it reminds me of the birth of us as a species. Think about it as cells didn't appear as anything other than an egg. So membranes, nucleuses, which we call the mitochondria, were separate, and then they combined in. But they were both eggs. Eggs were the first things that started. A nothingness value is still a single point of no defined space and everything else, but it starts looking pretty similar to an egg. So they're all eggs. Just deal with it. And well, humans don't come out as an egg. They do. And then you can start thinking about the woman or man or whatever it is as the egg as well. You weirdos. So I'm going to move on from that. But the point is that was expanding is also the contraction. All right. So like compress or inward versus the outward, they're both the same. That did pop up, it doesn't really technically have mass. But because it popped up, it then means I now have to calculate for that. The membrane is trying to push it. This is trying to remove any and all possible movement and any and all possible freaking shit it's doing that can disrupt it and destroy it. Its ability to remain perfectly still with nothing going on. Wouldn't you know it? The closer it is, the easier it is for that to happen. Intravedically, value-wise, it goes, get the fuck closer to me, you bitch. I can do a lot less. I have to do a lot less. The further away you are, I have to do a hell of a lot less, you bastard. Like, you make it real hard to do things. So, wouldn't you know it? It does that. Because it tries to basically get the fuck closer. But there's no mass. It's not doing any vibrations, basically. It's effectively canceling out its movement. And the more and more closer it is to it, it can then use it as another version of cancel out any movement. Much, much easier. Nice stuff. With a membrane in itself moving a bunch of movement around to do it. Because that's effectively its only ability that it can do. Much like its initial value that it was started from as the nothingness, and then the movement that tried to effectively densify itself to the most extreme you could probably imagine. Weird shit, you know, but truth is often stranger with science and physics than any fiction ever written. Standard stuff. Anyways, now we're going to get into there's a higher dimensional energy like Dr. Michio Kaku says. I'm like, okay. So they're going to think immediately I'm just some high toking out my ass motherfucker that doesn't know a thing. But they're willing to believe the mini world theory. Or universe for that matter. I don't know. Seems sketch, I'll tell you that much. People that think like that, they seem really sketchy to me. But let's describe this so that way they can stop looking like they're talking out of their ass. I believe this thing but not that thing because I don't like that thing that you're thinking and talking about. Sketchy bitch. So, why is there a dimension higher? How did you get a fucking zero dimension that technically is making a third dimension? I don't know. Yeah, I just described that. Were you not listening? Bad pupil. So instead we go, alright, so its version of events says there's even whatever version that is, that it's interfering with, because it defined a space. It means there's a space outside of that space that's in between. What, you know, like words kind of start getting really rough here on this one with dimensions. It's not in between, it's not denser, it's not off to the side, it's not outside, it's not inside. Dimensions are weird. When I can describe dimensions where things are moving because it's less dense, you go, oh, then it fit into that slot in time interval. When you go, well, there's none of that going on, you then have to go, So it's a spatial instead of a time. That's what we do. We call it a different spatial dimension. Think an extra third dimension, right? That exists separate, but in no way actually separate. Very odd. Very odd phrasing, because it's just super hard to define that, you know, with our words. It's really pretty difficult, but we can't define it as the quantum vacuum decay idea, where it's in a metastable thing, except that's exactly kind of what it is. But it's not an energy, it's a spatial, and it's a very unstable spatial. Just like this was unstable spatial, and it didn't even have spatial. It defined into a spatial that then defined its point as existing to us as a nearly infinitesimally, infinitely there singularity that's that small and does nothing in all the ways it can try and do nothing. Right? But it's like, that's easier to define than effectively a fourth dimension that goes, it's still spatial, but effectively think of it like the same thing, except it's more movement, and it basically skips and tunnels is a better way to put that one into that point. It's like, it's there, and it can only get there because space, meaning our real third dimension here, has now started to occur. And it goes, Nunk. I guess I'm kind of here. Right, and it falls back down. Typically, the falling back down is because of the friction, is what I like to call it, of field to field. Right, so membrane, the inward, outward, the defining of possibilities of information of what movement could be doing. That's what it's doing, and it creates a pressure outward bound. All right, a whole bunch of physics terms that seem like nonsense. Information is stored value. It's a resonant frequency. It goes through, or it can go back out. That's what the wiggle jiggle is. Vibrations, man. Wow. Right? It's like a really hard substance that doesn't move, except actually it's a perfect superfluid at the same time. So it just moves right through it. It's like, no, it's perfect, man, because it's like a gray hole. And like, it goes through, but also it'll reflect, and then it'll curve like a lens just the right way. Also, that way it stays perfectly still and it does nothing. Yeah, but where's that energy go to? To the same membrane. What the fuck you, bitch? Yes. Suck it up. That makes outward bound pressure finally happen. And a existence of the information of something existing as space. We've now defined space. Now, that's the same thing, though, as movement and all that then goes, and it goes to the next dimension, as I like to call it, because that's generally what spatial, instead of time, dimensions, or even energy dimensions are. Dr. Michio Kaku's energy dimensions are similar. I use the same similar, I have to change some values, math, but it's effectively really good math. I'm not going to lie, like, it's really good math. You should really look into it. It's really solid, and it has to be a part of something. So it's like, that's like really good math. That's really fucking good math, actually. You know what? This would be really, I'm going to use this. Thanks, Dr. Michio Kaku. I'm going to build off of what you have. It's not quite the same. Sorry. But I can use that, and I'm going to use that. I would have to build off of that. Sorry. That's what it is. Your math is astoundingly good, though, and same with all the rest of the people that built on it. So I'm going to do that. Same thing with, like, nothingness. Yeah, but I'm going off of thermodynamics and momenta and quanta. It's just, building off of what others have done. Let's not disrespect what definitely seems to be there and is working. Like Terrance Howard over here. Alright, we're going to move on to... Alright. The defined spatial definition is essentially the same thing as the currently, on a technicality, equaling third dimension. With a 0 point. That is the center. Which is an odd thing. Right? But it's like, that moving up and down. That I guess it wouldn't even be a particle, it's just, a thing. It's just momenta captured, and it sustains itself with an outward bound and inward bound pressure that doesn't collapse and go back through, right? So like that wiggle and jiggle for all that defined space, then also can wiggle and jiggle the extra space that's above or below, or however you want to define that, such as the weirdness of dimensions. Yeah, but that's also like, there's an always greater expanse, or there's always a greater inward expanse, outward or inward. Yeah, So it's like that's what the spatial thing would be as a dimension. Which, I think people can probably understand. So we go, all right, so it wiggled and jiggled it, and it's the equivalent of, well, it rained a little bit recently, and then you pluck a leaf from a tree, and it bent the branch, and it wiggled and jiggled the tree just enough to rain down on you. Yet again, I hate it when that happens. Oh, eureka. This wiggly jiggly little bastard that's rubbing against my outer shell that I'm trying to basically stop. And stop moving, you bitch. Suddenly gets hit by that, along with all the wiggly jiggly, vibrational, oscillational, resonant, harmonic, and more informational wave functions here, and more pressure waves and densities and movement, which is really just statically there, but then technically is moving a little, has then become energized. Think of it in the sense that it didn't really have energy, it was equaling itself. It then suddenly had energy enter the equation that it wasn't able to have before. Things have changed. Clearly, the substrate medium of the dimension that it exists in, of the property values of this energy and force that exists as this defined thing, has changed. Yeah, substrate medium. I don't like that. Yeah, I don't care what you like. That means nothing. We have words. The multi-matrix of multi different medium property gas wave. What is this? So the substrate medium. I'm gonna go with that. That's so much easier to define it as. So, anyways, it goes down, but this wiggly jiggly thing suddenly has an inward bound, right? Like that outward bound suddenly has way more that it energized towards than outward, because the membrane, remember, has way more energy that's pushing towards the inward bound outer shell. So for a brief while it wins. It goes and push this little damn, or however many of there are, thing towards it, and it absorbs and it tries to go in. Now we're going to get into weird shit. This is the stupidest weirdism that you might ever understand, because what we just defined is, because that thing went inward, there has now been a defined outside to the nothingness. But it was inside of itself, which doesn't really make much sense, right? That thing that exists there, there's the outside nothingness, and it's making this inside of itself. But the inward bound has the outward bound pressing up against it as the same thing it is. Inward and outward are actually technically the same thing. Guess what? It has defined a space. As a result of this, that slight inward crunch that it was able to get because it was energized briefly, then has the whole infinite outside of it go, yeah, but that outward bound, guess what? I'm way more pressure than that. I've only defined this amount of stuff versus my infinite bitch. Deal with it. So the membrane that is there for the outside massively draws backwards. Think of it like that influence and interaction and interference of those different waves, right, and fields have now changed. So like that went from an outward bound to an inward, and so the inward bound, right, waves from the membrane are amplifying, except it goes, and now my information of what's going on has switched. So that trying to crunch it suddenly goes, I crunched a little bit, but I'm also right here. And that slight amount of energy, this is what thermodynamics speak is, I went boom, kind of, but it actually meant I reduced energy by converting a large amount of that was, however many of those other still there, but not this thing that is the egg here that tried to absorb. It takes energy to absorb this, and it takes energy to crunch that, and it takes a lot of energy to move all of this. It cooled off and got less dense. Standard, almost like a caloric or vibrational cooling, right? Like ice cube melted, but the center of the ice cube got colder, right? So it's similar, not quite the same, right? So that did that, but that energy that came from that other dimension is only so much. Then it dissipated, right? So like, it's kind of what I'm trying to drive at. It's like the energy, and then it's gone, and that massive, and it absorbed. So a whole bunch of things rapidly happen very quickly. Then it goes, this is way more pressure now. This one out. The inside of the shell expands rapidly, except it goes, well, I'm here. What is this that's going on now? Right? Like, what is it? I'm like literally the same thing, aren't I? Right? Well, you're technically separated, but you're connected. Well, yeah, and I mean, what's this space thing? Yeah, what is that actually? Huh. What the fuck is this? And this goes, yeah, figured out. I'm still expanding. Huh? Still going. Let's do it. What? Meanwhile, there's a lower amount of resistance towards what was already defined as that information of space. Right? The possibilities of what could be for any movement, any given interactivity, interference, and influence of any given particle that is any of the sustained momentum. However, it is actually, technically speaking, not the true lowest resistance. So what we end up getting into is it goes and it hits that, right? But it's like nothingness is still there, and I'm going to feed the shit out of it. The membrane is massive at this point. It's also inside of the damn thing, and it's trying to basically push. So, of course, what does it do? It mixes, and it separates, and it tries to define little tiny little things, because that makes it way easier and way faster to make this effectively something. Because once it turns into something, it can't go back. It can't go through the membrane. It has the first start of continuing, so it wants to do that. Now, the initial lower resistance is there, yes, because it's, of course, something it can travel, except it then takes energy to do that, and it goes, I'm in sort of a metastable superpositional state. Collapse. I am now in this defined area, which is the true lowest value of resistance. I have now done this. Entropedically, I am better than what I was doing before. I have now escaped the membrane pressure. The membrane pressure comes in, and it gives us vacuum pressure. It doesn't allow for us, entropedically speaking, to go backwards, thus defining why entropy seems to always only have the one result happen, even though it says there should be a chance and possibility of it going backwards and not doing that thing that we say it can do. We have now quantum thermodynamically achieved all of the laws of thermodynamics. The best part, the easiest part, which is a good thing. Then it races away entropically, right? Except, kind of. Remember that, like, crunch, and then, like, right? Yeah. That mixes. And when I say mix, it doesn't do it like the way you think. It's really information passing through with a lot of resistance or non-resistance. And so what that means is the inward bound got mixed up with the outward bound, and then it got entangled and kind of like the, what do you call that, supersymmetrical, laws that we define. And so then we get a type of gravity with mass as a constant. With the mass, the bosons seem to be turned into more field types of things, which is a weird thing to say because we go, it's gravitons, but it's like there's stuff there in between, and it has to push it and pull it, and they can constructively and destructively interfere, which then thermodynamically means that that's why we see a dark matter and dark energy seem to occur, as it can resonatively go outward and still pull it, but then some of it decays backwards into energy that stays where we are. And some things accelerated faster, some things accelerated slower. Right. We get things that are really good at the certain types of interactive force. Nuclear, strong. We get some things that seem to pass through weirdly, like they're not even there. Like a wave function that just seems to be slightly offset and at a different angle, and it didn't really interfere much. Weakly interacting. Shut up, it's not wave functions. Nuclear is wave functions, you bitch. I'ma hurt you one day. Not really. But, like, could you really? Respect this. Science is good, man. So anyways, as that goes outwards, we get turbulence. We also get enough of that resistive force inward bound that creates primordial, as they called it for Stephen Hawking, black holes, except then there's this, that because there's an inward bound tunnel effect that creates quarks, gluons, and then eventually, you guessed it, hydrogens. The very first stars were most likely primordial black holes that had a bunch of constituent beginning particles of our universe that then grew as they fell inward and then bounced off and spun, creating the first stars of real fusion to create hydrogen. Hydrogen that would then fuse a little bit to denser things, some falling, some not falling, which is why we see the James Webb Telescope seem to indicate we have weird galaxies that have black holes that are massive for some reason. Why is this a thing? I don't know. Probably because of this. Probably because of weird quarks that are way too dense. You ever think about that? How about any of that? This makes total sense, by the way. Why? No, it doesn't. It doesn't, because quantum field is not it's infinitely in no way dense. Cool. Where did the space come from? You started off with infinite density. It was near infinite density. How did that start? They never like these questions with their quantum field there. They never do. What's the quantum field fluctuation, man, that started off the beginning of the expansion and then inflation, brah? Which, by the way, this is why inflation starts to happen here. What I just described is the beginning of eating a bunch of energy that's around there and converting and then kind of technically fissiling and fusing during that moment into entanglement, merge, and supersymmetrical mirror bullshit. That's more fuse, like fusion. But it's, anyways. Then we go with, like, it's decayed. Yeah. I hate people sometimes. That's the problem with science and physics. It's like, no, I agree, but then you never answered the fundamental problems with quantum field theory, because you're like, it's infinitely dense. Where's the space coming from? Where? It's vacuum pressure. Okay, where's it expanding into? Just an outside. Where did that space come from? And why is it also not infinitely dense? I don't know. Okay, shut the fuck up. God damn it. You annoy me. I mean this. It tunneled over there. Into what? What's there? I don't know. Okay. Is it just is it like a less interactive, interfering, but why? Then if it's infinitely dense all the way infinitesimally down to the zero absolute or near absolute value, because you say it doesn't exist, then is it just not getting to that point? What's there? It has no space, it has no time. Well, no, because then it creates... Where did the space get created, man? Outside. Outside. Okay, what created that? How did the infinite density get penetrated by the non-infinite space outside? I don't fucking know. So it's infinitely dense and it's trying to merge and mix. But if it's infinitely dense, it's not, though. It's very close. Then why is it not infinitely dense? But the pause is very telling. Why is it not infinitely dense? Please tell me. Could you tell me that fundamental sanity check flaw going on with your quantum field theory? You need to pass logic checks. You're not passing them right now. It created it. Why? How? Did it just expand, elongate, decay? What caused the decay? Why does it make space? Where does that space exist as? Is it dimensional? Is it just an infinite? Or is it just a near infinite? It's always seemingly getting towards infinite. But I thought you said that meant it is infinite. No. Because while it's one, it won't reach infinite. What's the difference? Isn't there an infinite amount of zeros and then a one eventually? That just is there, that it never reached and got. For your 0.9 repeated. My math is sound, okay? Address the problem. Address it. Address what the issue is here. Where did the space come from? You need at least one infinite to do this. But there is none. Oh, God. And here's from the beginning of quantum field theory to the modifications and changes as logic checks didn't check out, and we went, so there is an infinite here. But it's not, there's no absolute nothing value. That's for fucking sure for some reason. How? How? It's infinitely just started as space? How? Tell me, how? Doesn't it have energy then, if it has space? Because it's infinitely all the little particles all the way down. Well, at least mine starts off with, no, it has no space. And no, it has no time. But because there's an infinite here, it means it will start creating the idea of space and time slowly, but surely it will do it. Through entropy, as it wants to equal as a value of nothing. Except now, because it is the only thing that exists, it's not that. Do you see? Do you see how easy it is to answer this? You wussy little physicist. You wussy little mathematician. Why can't you just say, you're wrong, you didn't know, and this makes sense, and then we do this? Why can't you just say that? Because I don't want to, and it sucks for my math. No, actually, it fixes your math. Do you know why it makes it? I'm wondering, why it fixes your math? Come here. Just imagine I'm like trying to fucking like get some dick fuckers out of here as I'm like just trying to talk to this fucker. As they're like, you're gonna fuck with him. No, I'm not gonna hit this guy. I'm not gonna do jack shit. Stop trying to get rid of a person that has to answer questions for once. What is this, a politician using deflection and distraction? Or all these economic reports, multiple different cherry-picked studies for various things, for psychology and more. I'm going to move on. Point is, it's the same problem. We know it's not infinite. But it's like, that doesn't change that at first it was. But no, it wasn't. Cool. Then why wasn't it going inward as its ultra-dense state should make it a black hole immediately? It's a different energy. Why did it convert to this energy? Where did the space get created? Was it during the conversion? How did it convert to space? How did it then inflate? Yeah, I don't know. Fundamental fatal flaws. God. This is why you have problems with people. Your logic and sanity checks are not working out. If you can't answer basic logic and sanity checks for even your own shit, then you know it's flawed and you're lying. It's a best guesstimate at best. That's really harsh. So, here's a solution, easy. It works with every goddamn thing we see around us. Fuck it. I'm gonna use that. I'm not gonna use yours anymore. I'm gonna use my math, my logic, my understanding, and my theory of everything. And not yours. Because yours has problems as fuck, and there is no way to bridge this gap. Like, you're literally going, black hole, not energy barrier at the event horizon. That means tunnel of gravitational energy information. No, it doesn't do anything, and it just stays there, and for some reason, it just happens to be gravity now, still? What is this? Fuck you, my quantum... No, because there's no tunneling, you're right. Fuck off. Fuck off. I'm out. I'm going with my shit. You can keep doing whatever that is, but that doesn't make any sense, and it's clearly not logical, and you know that. So, instead we go with, alright, so it built it up slowly over time, and it took a really long time to do that. And then there's the fourth and final Lemke number, where it goes all the way back to the nothingness point from where it started. And it fills it up. Infinity is now filled. But if you know anything about infinity, then you know it's weird where you have multiple different sets, multiple different repeatings, multiple different all of those things. So then you go like, it then has to fill all of that up. And it's like, it'll eventually get there, but that's entropy. But it's like, and now this is the definition of, I technically now have this value of space. I created a space for you. Oh wait, that's me. I created a space for myself. And that means I can move around infinitely. That is the long-winded explanation of the end there for that final one. I can move around infinitely in all these different ways. Cool, right? There is a solution, there is an end, and it continues on almost like it's perpetual. Of course, what does that exist inside of? Itself? No, there's always a bigger infinity. It's a whole thing. There's always a deeper nothing, or, then you eventually get to something else. I talk about that for my stuff, but I'm going to move on. What we get into instead is, let's go with how the expansion and inflation occurred, because normally that tends to irk people. Inflation cannot travel faster than light. There wasn't any light. Property values were different for your little light-based speed idea. And tunneling was what you were mostly doing, and collapsing that information as to being there from the start, along with converting an internal vacuum space to the external with that space and vacuum therein, and removing any idea of space there as a center. Thus removing a center, except, you'll be, if you could get outside of, you'd be able to see that there would be a center. Same thing like why it is when we look backwards in time using light, otherwise known as we just look further with telescopes. It curves itself from a forward, but it's always horizontal direction, offset, always just a little bit, to it full on loops back around and hits the back of your head. Which essentially means for us looking backwards, it actually just curves and starts looking like a straight line. And then we interpret that as it's flat and holographic, our universe. No. You're just straight up wrong. No. It just looks that way because you're looking backwards at all times. You're not forward looking because you're not fourth dimensional. Damn it. Why can't you understand that part? The universe is extraordinarily curved. But to be fair, though, I also describe that as like, well, that's not where that is. It's like, you don't get it. 93, 94 billion light years, right? Across, that's actually the center. That's what you're looking at. And it's all around us. That's the 360 that you're seeing that starts to curve out into a straight line. If you then were to plot out and then predict where things were, and you take multiple little plot points as to where that light and what the light changes and the curvatures therein of both gravity and interference pathways, right, could be, then you start getting a better and better and better, clearer picture of how flat and directional that should be and what it should really resolutively, denoising-wise and interference-wise and more, turns out to be. Which means you're further and further proving my point of that it is not straight, it's curved as fuck. Okay? But you didn't understand that at first. But the further back you look and the more work you do on that, the more fucking curved it really is. If it did start to not look that way, then you would go, oh, then it's a lot more likely to be straight and flat. But that's not what we're seeing. We're seeing it's a lot straighter and flatter than we ever thought. Well, time seems to follow the entropy value still. And we're always looking backwards. When it's curving like this. So our spatial 3D dimension should in no way be flat. And in fact, what we're seeing is an entropytic informational line linearly to the interpedic version of our idea of time. That's good. That would look weird if it wasn't fucking flat. If that wasn't, that would be really fucking bad. We'd be like, oh, shit. Uh-oh. That kind of thing. But also, the best way to describe it, another way, is look at how a black hole is. It's still moving with us, right? Well, yes. And its information of its position and movement is still there. Yes. Yes. All right. That means it did not fall back into the membrane and nothing for the universe has curved around it. It's still experiencing a straight path line linearly. It just gets closer to the membrane and then eventually tunnels mass that's traveling that direction as it elongates, interpedically speaking, inwards, and as things effectively tunnel and straighten out and become bosonic instead of fermionic into its constituent beginning energies. It looks more and more and more like it's getting more and more space. But it didn't. It just started from this wave frequency, and then the wave frequency elongated. But in reality, it's getting, technically speaking, condensed and compressed at the same time. While then it's spinning, moving, and doing all those little conservation of momentum tricks, except then it starts skipping on itself, right, as that interferes, like the membrane outside potential land area, thus giving the illusion as if there is less density there. Behold the trick of black holes. It pushed past the pressure. I need to do the same thing that the beginning of the universe was going to do, and use all the other energy to allow it to just freaking force me into this like better and better and better and better stiller state that I can. Oh, I'm really close to this membrane though. What's that? Is that a and the energy barrier has tunneled my ass in as something else fell in, and instead of getting a donut toroidal, right, that starts spinning, but truthfully that might still be the case, but that's because it doesn't really work that way, because what the fuck's in the center? You ever think about that? Doesn't work. Can't work that way. All of them are balls. Seriously. Like, it still works the same way. It's still curving in. It doesn't need to spin off that way. You know what I mean? But it still will. But we're talking like shell versus... Right, so like, anyways, density is technically getting better and denser, but only to its relativistic special area. And its timeline never sees a flip backwards. It's always still continuing forward. And observation from outside says, there's no way it could have been there. And it's like, that's just the after image. It's effectively a tunneled version of what was there, which is the opposite reaction of it moving that way. The wiggle and jiggle excretion of like a rocket, and then it traveled that way, and like rocket plume says looks like rocket, because there's only so much space that can exist, except black hole, remember? So it goes, right, something else can fit in there. So nope, and then I collapse like this, and I can get that extra, and it becomes very efficient at using that to continue pushing. So it gets denser and denser and denser and denser and denser, and it looks like a singularity, but I mean, it's not really doing that. So really what it does is it starts getting closer and closer and closer to what a membrane is, right? So membranes for us are still mixed with us. They're always around, a part of that kind of vacuum area state, right? Except it's like Yeah, but I'm not really there. And here's just a vacuum. And like that'll allow for you to have a field energy, which effectively means particles can move, or movement of particles can travel around a vacuum that's statically there, and that that is there for kind of like think like you hit like a bell really well or like a ball, and let's say it was a bullet, right? You hit a ball with a bullet, right? It's a pretty hard ball, right? It slaps it. The other side of it, ting, a little piece comes flying off. Why did that happen? Energy moved around and then it collapsed right in that other opposite position and it ripped it off with torsional, I think, or is it kinetic? Anyways, that force that's still there. Yes. Behold, quantum foam still exists. The ball still squished and moved. Quantum foam inside of the ball. Due to cavitation and somnolescences. As things squished and expanded towards the core and moved as vibrations man through the mediums and the substrates of the universe. Deal with it. I don't like their things and kind here. I don't care. I don't care about that. It's a good analogy. It's a medium. It's a property. It's a gas. No. It's a particle. No. It's a wave function. Sure. Except there's something there, and it's all of those things. It's always moving. Do you get what I mean with different mediums, different properties, different values, different states of energies, and different situations and context at different points with different things going on? You go, it's a matrix. Except it's multiple matrices intersecting, which then has statically things and moving things that have different property value things and information as vibrations moving through it, as wave functions and changes and conversions and transformations of values of both vibrations and statically fixed stuck things as they move through non-statically fixed elongated energy property wiggly jiggly vibrations. So substrates, mediums, and so on. Thank you. Jesus fuck. Real hard problem after a while, Getting someone to really agree. That's you. I have to explain that to you, the audience member, why that works the way it is instead of just some words that seem to mean something. Normal. That's like a student that already has a preconceived notion that in every way I denounce and say you're wrong. Oh, I listened to the teacher. That's that. Okay, fine. Okay, sure. Normal stuff. However, moving on from that, we go the definition of how it expanded is that it tunneled and it changed the idea of the internal volume into no longer existing. That's a good thing for us. The internal volume that expanded outwards and then had an inward bound, which that's not the outward or the outward shell that was inward bound, that smashed into that. That was like the nothing in membrane trying to come through, and then it's like cinch, which is kind of not technically what that is, but that's weird dimensional physics. Like they're both inside and outside and in between and all the other things, because infinity, yay, right? Like infinity solves this problem, and yeah, it does, but like try describing it went forward diagonal corkscrew, then skipped over to here, and then actually is the same value, then it's also here, and then now it's there. And I'm like, no, I'm good. How about it was like just, no, because there's no field intersections like fucking superconducting magnets did. Damn you. I know, right? Sucks, but that's how that works. So, as it expands, that internal, that smash there, well, there's an opposite force of its expansion. Not the shell, but the opposite force of that membrane trying to now start to squish its own ass in. Cinch. It captured a vacuum of lower density of membrane. Membrane then got transferred and captured and mixed into the smashing side of the inside versus the outside as it crunched. As it then was, there's a lot less force over here, and I can continue to expand. Right. Now, that initial first start goes, well, that's quite dense, but I can't really exist, and when I'm getting denser, I can't get denser. There's no denser. There's no going back, because there isn't a way to go back. There isn't a way to go to the membrane, and I was already going outward. There is no inward bound. Everything is outward bound. All directional travel is that way. And wouldn't you know it, is that an energy barrier? Oh. And I got outside. I tunneled my ass off. But in this instance, it's a lot more like I'm resonating an harmonic and I'm trying to do the little like don't fucking and still, but you're not going to do this, and you know that. I still have to expand, you know this, right? Well, there is this that you could do. And tunnel and teleport happens. It orders itself using entropy to tunnel and teleport hybrid style together. Its view of events is there is no heat here, technically, and there is no technicality, almost, movement outside of always outwards. Except things are trying to push me inwards. How the fuck does this work? Exactly. So, I'm not having any of that. I cancel your inward, and I go flip it around. I order it by going, as it goes inward, it starts to curve it, it spins it, and then flips it and spins it the opposite direction, and it adds it and multiplies that as an amplificatory, but in so doing, it loses a little bit of that to the others around it. That gives us, shockingly, an ordering and organization effect for entropy to start occurring as it goes from the shell, inward, outwards, and so on. It then goes, it's a lot more easy for me to tunnel and teleport together. Outwards. There can be nothing there, though, because I just went there. This goes, there is no space, there is no time. I was already shell as one singular point. Except shell singular point was already going outwards, which just combined with all the energy that was already there starting to bleed down, right, as the outward was already expanding, right, except now it's smashed, and so then it turbulented, a fancy way of saying it got hot, it got chaotic, it got disorganized. Well, here's a bunch of organizational, very non-chaotic, in fact, the very opposite, shit that just suddenly appeared. That's quite vacuumy compared to my ass. With a hell of a lot of movement. Information waves. And it expands. Right? And it's like, by the way, you remember that you are this infinite dense thing? Yeah. But I'm not really, technically. I was already going out. Yeah, no, but you were trying to go back in, right? Yeah, no, but as you know, I mean, I can maybe ordinate. And when I happen to expand all this outwards, right? What do you think exists there? More place for me to go to, I assume? Yes, dude. Organize yourself. Maybe you might get back. You're never getting back. You're never going back to that spot. It's never happening. You dick. And expansion. By the way, combine with me. We're cool. Oh yeah. Expand, baby. right? Except, well, there's an inward, right? As it expands, well, it's an ordering more than anything, and it entangles, and it merges, and it fuses. And I guess mirror whatever bullshitty thing that is, and constructively interferes, and interacts, and influences. Whatever that stuff is that you want to go with, because there's a bunch of words that essentially all start to mean very similar things to me. So, whatever. Float your boat on that one. But this one turns into, well, and nothingness goes, I was already a part of that. Yeah, thermodynamics here. Suck it up. Go that way. Continue doing that ad infinitum if you can, please. And so then it tries to. The problem is that singular thing is actually expanding. Its view of events goes, well, I'm infinite. Nah. I know for a fact you're not. Trust me on that one. Trust me how I know. I'll give you all the deets later. Good old time bullshit and more is what it feels like, except it's really just information stuff. You know, the point I'm trying to make is the inward bound actually gets skipped through, and it just helps with expansion because there isn't a point anymore for it to bounce or move, and so it just actually helps expansion faster, and it rapidly expands it faster, and it starts tunneling things again faster. Everything just starts getting more and more quickly expanded and separated, which is what we see for inflation. But that's a lot more tunneling and a lot more teleporting and a lot more shocker, black holes and fusion and some fissiles out, and then we start to get eventually light. Of course, these are all really, really small things at first that then got rapidly big. Freaky stuff. So, cool stuff though, which is what I like. That's going to have to be the end of this. It's like, this is Terrance Howard versus me. It takes 2 hours to explain this as to why it's like, no, I don't agree with you, Terrance Howard, and I don't like that you happen to have anything of your math related to my math and my theory of everything. That's cool, dude. Mine's definitely logical. Yours isn't. I'm not cool with that. Jeez. Right. I think that should be it. Because it's like, well, it'll take an infinite amount of time. Supposedly. We'll see. You never know. Something might try and delete the whole thing and it has to start up again. You know, pushes through the membrane and it goes, yes, well, it's connected to all this. And it basically like superpositionally collapses, but I just like to think of it like a flip state. You know, like a switch got flipped. But it's like, think this is the positive and the negatives on the bottom. And then the round ball turns over and the negatives at the top and the positive at the bottom, except there can't be a positive there. And so it gets ripped down to the nothingness point. But everything does that. And then there's a way to make it with a tunneling wormhole that propagates outwards. This is even faster than light. Instead of quantum vacuum decay, which is like metastability, which could still happen, possibly with this. Okay? This one is, the nothingness does exist. We're not talking about energy, though. We're talking about spatial dimensions, which are connected to that. This then got connected, and its directionality and all of its connected dimensionality here all of a sudden goes, well, here. And it's a place to go into. And then it all goes to it. And it all flips immediately. That's right. Because it's all connected in a big old dimensional connected interweb thing, which is the quantum field stuff, which then turns it into, it's like it's infinite, but it's really just a weird miasma, an amalgamation. So an amalgamation miasma of like a polymorphous solid like glass that's also got a like steel that's very, very hard, or like aluminum or iron. So when you squish it, it'll bend outwards and it's still connected in its metallic ionic state. But when you try and bend glass, it breaks, right? So it's like right now we're in a duality state, right? That where there's pressure that's still trying to expand us, and if it does it wrong, it'll just tunnel down, and then everything flips, and all of it, instead of breaking, which is where the analogy kind of ends, it can't work anymore, into everything's now nothing. But that's the weird part about how all of it's connected. So you have to think about it like it then would all together flip its direction back towards nothingness, and then it would all go to nothingness. Nothing moves. All the information that was there is gone, and it has to start fresh. Then there's the tunneling wormhole, which this one's a propagational wave, which is even worse. Because at least when it was just that, the tunnel, and it goes down, and one little tiny thing it goes down, and it doesn't close at the right time, all of it dies. All of us go to nothing. Which is called the reality deletion bomb. So don't ever make those. But unlike quantum vacuum decay, which you might actually want, because at least it travels only at the speed of light, and that might be escapable, this one is immediately instant. There is no escape. All of it happens at once. Not cool stuff. This one happens all of it at once for our dimension, but also it gets propagationally sent as that energy movement as an outward type of an inward in all the direction as an opposite, kind of Newton's laws here. And since there's nothing else but membrane and potential land and any possible higher dimensional space and any energy contained within, it'll try its best to go to the dimensions that are higher, and it will delete everything to a lower in potential and membrane, which is rough as fuck because it's almost infinite amounts of time for an infinite to suddenly recognize an infinite and then go, this is actually what I am and not that. Because of the infinite amount of inability to really see all the different things. It just takes a really long time. Infinity, as the nothingness that it is, takes an exceedingly long, near and or actually is infinite amount of time to itself, except it doesn't have time, whole thing, to be able to suddenly recognize that this is itself relationary to these things. And instead of separating, it goes and does all that I just talked about. So it's never a good idea to do that. And you would think it'd have somehow some kind of defense to that, right? Well, if you get stabbed, it tries to heal itself, right? Your body. Well, yeah. What if I were to obliterate your embryo as it was growing? Because we're embryonic at this point. We haven't formed any multitudes. Nothing like that is going on. There's no evidence to it at all. In considering the likelihood, which is far higher here, of a beginning point versus we're at the end stage point, or even somewhere in the middle, because of the basically takes infinite amount of time, although that's our version of stuff. It's effectively doing things and storing it. Eventually builds an idea and concept of time in an entropidic manner relative to motion. Which is not real time. Real time is separate. Whole different thing. It takes too damn long to explain that. So I'm not gonna get into that, but that's what that is. And so it's effectively infinite. Not really though. Because of course, that's not gonna happen. It has to do it. You know what I mean? And so obviously it's not gonna do an infinite. You know what I mean? So it gets real close though. Statistical probability dictates that means we're far closer to the beginning than we'll ever be to the end. Standard mathematical problem for the vast majority of us. We go, no, but I would prefer it to be. Preference means nothing. This one doesn't care about your consent. It's just cold, hard, raw, and it did it. You didn't get a say. Rough shit. Which is scary. Especially when you go, there's tension over here, and there's possibility of this bend and curve, and I'm like, that's probably a gravitational wave lens that constructively and or destructively interfered with itself, creating a change in those values of light that you see, trying to detect if whether or not an influence of another universe might be there gravitationally. Same thing with the other one, where if it flattens out and we look further back, we're not actually able to see what's really there. All you can see is this light that has no bearing or consequence or anything for anything outside. So all we can do is go, that's us. And that's it. There's no relation to anything else, unfortunately. And the only way to do one of those things is to figure out a nice, faster than light travel system and get the fuck out of the total space, meaning distance traveled, to that beginning point that we see. If it was 93 or 94 and it turned out it really was that, and we traveled that distance, then we might be able to see something. Until then, we're stuck. We're stuck knowing that we can't see it. Which is why quantum field theorists get bent out of shape quite hard about a lot of this, effectively. Until, you meet the right ones, and then you go, oh, thank God. Oh, man. They aren't all like you. Oh, great. Sweet. It's like, oh, I can talk to an astrophysicist, and they're like, there's absolutely an outside. Right. Try telling that to a quantum physicist. They'll just constantly deny it. It's the worst. It is so bad. I don't like it. And inflation is actually really easily solved, it turns out, if you know anything about how to combine some of that with some basic thermodynamics. Turns out you don't need special super stuff. You just need some thermodynamics. Even for, shockingly, information movement creating resistance as it has to travel, and then it happens to have that relate back to the original source of where it came from, bleeding off energy and cooling it down and condensing it, otherwise known as an inward acoustic resonance pump. That's called gravity. This is the reason why I talk about it like this too. What does Euler's number say? It posits, right, that heat will bleed out of a body of mass, slowly but surely, right? Even if it gains mass to have gravity. Yes. So, gravity clumped this mass together to slowly but surely lose heat, entropically collecting more of it to do less over time. Gravity is all about increasing entropy at a faster rate in a given smaller area relative to the size of a universe. That's all gravity is about. Ordering and organizing. Gravity is literally the definition of an entropy pump. But of course, nothing's perfect. Most pumps have loss. Wouldn't you know it? It usually gets hotter at first, and it takes a while for it to bleed off, especially when there isn't anything around for it to do it faster. So, kind of a thing that my theory of everything and quantum gravity and so on happens to include. It's like, there are a lot of problems here with a lot of people's theories. They suck ass. All their modifications never answer the one fundamental flaw in every one of their basis for what it is they use for quantum physics. They never describe how it began. They never describe why it has expanse. They never describe where the ever-loving fuck any of this even had a fluctuation, how it started with any space or anything. And then they go, it's infinite amounts of particles. That's why a field is there. It's just we can't see those infinitely small, infinitesimally, except they don't exist and there's no nothing point. What are you fucking on? You just said a contradictory, doesn't exist in any way possibly at all statement. Quantum fucking field theorists. What is here? What is happening here? What is going on? What are you on? Are you okay? The answer, no, you just don't understand. It's counterintuitive to what it is we think. It has to go into something. How's it doing that? Describe entropy. But define it right now. It's more organized. It's infinitely dense. How's it move? What made it wiggle and jiggle to tunnel? How did it gain space? Did it separate and then come back as a metallic ionic bonding kind of thing where it squished? What made it squish? How did it squish into something? Did it densify itself because it was never that dense and that it densed? What made it dense? What did it do to expandify? I can't answer it. Oh God, I hate this shit. Every time. It's the worst. It's like, then they went, it's not infinite. Again, doesn't change. There needs to be space somewhere. However, you define space as somehow. How did that happen? It's infinite. It can't be, and you know that. You're literally lying, and you know it. At least I solved your little fucking problem with my shit. It answers all those questions, finally. At least I did your work for you, huh? Nothing did it. You're right, nothing did do it. And this is how. Suck it up. No, but there is no such thing as nothing. On a technicality exists, then again, suck it the fuck up. I guess that works. Oh, I'm among the whole of the greats here. John Tyler Limke, Xenon Reality on YouTube. Oh, what do you know? Oh, I'm not like Terrance Howard. I'm cool, and I do know things. I'm smarter. Oh. Oh, but I'm not published. So that means I'm nothing. And I'm not rich and famous. So that means no one will care. I don't have the gatekeeping little credibility of, yo, dog, I went to here, and that's the only way that you can definitely know something. I even passed this, and I have this certificate that says I did, and they vouch for me. Huh. I'm in this group. Yeah, gang. What's up? It's not like that. My gate-gilded halls are not... Okay, shut up over there. Man, I can only be able to learn this way, and that's the only way I can learn in any disability in any type of work that only is allowed to be like this can be done, and those are the only ways that we'll be able to validate anything, and we will only do these ways of teaching you. You are literally cutting off the vast majority of people here, making sure you only have these very specific people that you clearly only want them to go through your way, this way, and only them. You discriminatory fuck. Okay, a little, yeah. Hey, now you get it. That's the tribalism problem I end up having with this. It's like, I learned this without any of that. I dropped out of community college. I was homeless multiple times, bro. I still worked. Sometimes intelligence doesn't actually get you somewhere. All I see is a bunch of complainers sometimes that don't want to fucking acknowledge a massive problem and work steadily over time on it. Why? Because, shockingly, and it's really not that shocking actually, there are a lot of people that go, I'm going to go to bat for XYZ older individual that did this, and or I'm super big, and I'll use this technique and blah blah to get people on my side. And I'm like, I don't care about any of your shit. You need to pass logic and sanity checks. I'm looking at you. Can you prove your PhD is actually anything I should give a shit about? Do you have the chops to admit that you don't know something? That's all this turns into. Here's a fundamental fatal flaw of all of your physics. Do you admit that that's there? Are you going to pass the test of intelligence? No, it's not there. Fuck off. You're not allowed around my gilded halls and gate-kept shit. Get the fuck out. No, I'm way smarter than you, though. Cool. Go be way smarter than me over there with all the way smarter than me people over there. I'll still look at your shit and what you say, but, you know, standard shit. Leave me the hell out of it. I'm going to continue working on this because it works. So, that's kind of the end of that one. You know what I mean? It's like, jeez. Maybe it suffered its own deletion event earlier, and it just went back to nothing. It could just pop in as that. Well, I mean, it's the default state, you'd think, right? Presumably, compared to us. Kind of like a quantum vacuum decay. Possibly. Let's never test that, though. I don't want to do that. Well, I'd say with... That's a good idea. Yeah, let's do that. Yeah, let's keep that up. Still infinite over there? At least my infinite doesn't have that problem. Yeah, no, but it's moving. Are you going to describe how that works yet? No. I'll bridge a gap with some bullshit workaround. Michio Kaku stalled. Do you get it yet? Which, by the way, I use his math, but like, what the fuck, bro? Can you give up the ghost at least a little? No. There's immense amounts of friction and an infinite fucking amount of density for a quantum field theory here. At least mind actually has a vacuum from nothingness, which means nothingness appears first and then expands and gets converted into a fucking vacuum. And then movement's allowed to occur, thus making a resistive force. Well, yeah. Which the infinite density wasn't even infinitely dense, and the expanse wasn't really there because there's technically a bunch of already created space. Yes. Which wasn't infinitely dense. It was just very, very filled and got denser closer to the center. Right. Right. Do you have that? No. It's all infinitely dense. I fucking do hate you, actually. Like, if you hear them for real, like, you really go over their shit, there's, like, the modification, but you didn't address the one problem. That one problem didn't stop. Where's space? It's all dense. All infinitely dense. Where did the space happen? What's going on here? How did movement even occur? We'll get to that. What the fuck? Nani the fuck? Bro. This is a real problem here. I'm gonna leave you alone. They're probably gonna die in their infinite density. Singularity on out of here. Peace. Over that one. So, I don't know. It's still got an infinite, but it's a technicality infinite. And it technically shouldn't exist, but only as a direct result of a beginning does it ever exist. And then eventually it won't. Hopefully it takes a long time. So, that's the theory of everything I've got. And it uses nothingness. You can't make nothing into something, and it turns it into something. So that age-old adage is fucking wrong. Deal with it. You can turn nothing into something and get something out of it. And, oh, by the golly goodness of all of the graces here, perpetual. Except, you know, that's not really what that did. And because it's infinite, that means there's a technicality, infinite amount of energy on the table for grabs. So nothing broke your fucking fundamental physics. Suck it up over there. There's a lot of sucking it up. You should really learn that sometimes some people are just creative and can figure out a solution, and they don't have all of your shit. And no, this is not a Goodwill Hunting situation. Just gonna have to deal with that. It's just, I'm building upon all of the science and physics before me, and I respect it, but I'm also like, there are some flaws here. I'm going to address these flaws because none of you appear to want to talk about your elephants in your massively small, tiny rooms because you're infinitely dense. You bastards. I'm sick and tired of this. So, I think I'm going to end it here. I'm wondering if I forgot something. It's actually quite late for me. It's like 2:18 in the morning while I'm recording this. So there's that, and I don't really know where else I could, send this to for what it's worth, especially when we describe it as a fluid dynamic for the substrate mediums, as everything is a sound wave and technicality-wise a different property value fluid at different states and values of different pressures and different heat and different cold at different situations and contexts within a given point in time and space and space-time, which is how quantum field theorists think. And it's actually really simple to imagine it that way. But then they're like, it's dense, infinitely dense, and nothing. I hate you. You bastards. There's just a never-ending amount of particles. There'll always be more particles. We'll mine more particles for particles and particles and particles. God, fucking stop with the particles. Stop it. It's just gonna be vacuums. Just let it have a nothingness. Why won't you just let it have a nothingness? I wonder why. Yeah, I wonder why. So you can get work energy well below a quantum system. Thank you. Yeah, that math is super wrong. It's like the 1800s were forever ago, and it's stupid to think like that now. They were talking about atoms. Atoms. Don't care. We already did that. Some Chinese guy. I forgot what his name is. Sorry. You have a very, whole thing. I just know you as that right now. I just don't remember your name. But, you had a 4-stroke engine with electrons around an atom. You had a particular quantum setup to do that. And you got work energy from that. I remember that. That literally broke an 1800s mathematical proof saying you can't get work energy out of atoms. I was like, what's next? They were like, we're going to modify gravity. Then they were like, no, gravity is still the same. MOND doesn't work. And I'm like, it's unlikely that it does, for what it's worth. I'm not a big proponent of MOND. But that's just because of, gravity can definitely interfere with itself, and it's a quantum thermodynamic thing, in which case it's far more likely to be different than we assume it is once we started thinking of it as this 3D moving over time wave that's slower than light, except light travels through effectively a bunch of mediums and property of little tiny fields and particles as a given vibrational point of energy, meaning it doesn't have mass. So when we think about it, it's it creates, relative to itself, this idea of mass as a whole bunch of everything else vibrates, and it knows that this is having done this thing, and it stores that value of information, and it continues on its way at that given frequency over time because things are expanding, because vacuum energy, faster than it can travel, it elongates, right? So instead of E and then this stupid all that shit, it just goes back to this other thing, which it's really like P squared and all those. I was listening to the video, but the point is, it turns into, it does have the informational energy of the mass constant of what created the light. That doesn't just go away, even if it itself doesn't have the mass. If you could somehow capture that vibration and keep it statically still, as the photon it is, then you'd go, oh, I see that it collapsed into, shockingly, this mass value, as that is the entangled information as it travels that created its photon. The photon creating itself as the mass information, but the mass information is stored as the information of it traveling relative to all other things. So it's not stored inside of itself, it still exists. Conservation of information still happens, and C is still what it's traveling at, speed of light. Which is why we go, it seems to do things around it, but why? I wonder why it does things around it. Why does it vibrate things at the right frequency, you think? Because it hits it. Oh, it hits it. Hits it. It hits it. It's not like an elongated, more directional version of a fucking vibration through space and time? From an electron decaying off its fucking orbit? Relative to shit around it? What do we call them? Duality. Right, and they go 360 degrees. Thank you, smart people. And your idea of this being like this is then why? Yes, but it's mostly, unless reflected. Well, it is about 360 degree. Yes, but you said directional. Yes. That's the intrapedic flow of time, isn't it? It certainly doesn't go backwards. Does it? Now, if I set up a nice little kitschy, stupid mirror thing, it's like, we looked backwards. So I captured a reflectivity as it decayed backwards, except that's really condensing in thermodynamics speak, as that's a reflectivity, constructive interference, backward propagation, otherwise known continuing back to where we were. And what we're seeing is causal set theory has a basis of reality as it has a vacuum as to where it once was, as informational constants still happens to exist, and its time value is still there even if we can't go back. It's still filled. Which helps nothingness. Nothingness wants to fill that time value, right? Except actually that's spatial dimension, but not really, it's energy, which means it doesn't go backwards, which is the thermodynamic equivalent of suck it the fuck up, we go that way. So, causal set theory has a degree of basis. That little, like it's an air plug as you travel really, really fast through the air. Think comet, meteorite, or jet. Well, yeah. Energy gap. Or barrier. Which one do you want to call it? Which one? Anyone? No? No one wants to speak now, huh? But no, it's decoherence. Oh, so it radiates outwards in a 360 degree pathway, continuing in the intrapedic linear fashion of our time. Great. Okay, sure, so it does. That is so... Okay, whatever. So, what does it do instead? It goes, there's this least resistant path. I can then superpositionally tunnel through it. I get all jumbled up and I turn into the very energy barrier itself as I'm trying to be accelerated into it. I then become, and then I superpositionally drop my state into being where it is. What does that sound like? What it says here for this quantum physics. Yes, it does. Yes, it does. Hi, causal set theory, except it didn't all just suddenly, and it still has a big bang. Which they never describe why there's a space that all of it just suddenly popped into. Still the same problem, causal set theory. You don't describe where the space came from. And even why it is we think somehow it's infinitely dense. It's not, though. I don't know what the space came from. Fuck off. I hate you guys sometimes. Flaws, logic, and sanity checks everywhere that are not met. I hate physics sometimes. Just full of them. Easily understandable. It's probably more like this. And it makes every sense. And it's counterintuitive to your little bullshit phenomenons. But apparently, that's normal around here. Spooky action at a distance. Vibrations make you feel something special, huh? No offense to Einstein, but I use quantum special relativity. I like Einstein. Einstein's great. I use this shit all the time. In fact, most people don't know about this, but I'm fully on his side with it being hyper-determined in all aspects, but with an observational reality that we can live as things that can see, observe, and work and move, and are not bound purely by the analog of our standard physics world. Once we become like we are now, we can observe more and have more and more choice and more effect to the given world around us, to the point where we have broken out of full determination. However, depending on how much you understand your own programming, the programming of others around you, the mathematics and physics of what that then entails, means you go to less free will here and more analog. And you just do determined stuff. Until you get to places like me and us, in which case you go, I can observe, I can think, I can do a little bit more. I can go, I feel like this, I think like this, I see this, this could be, that could be, these things, and so on. And then you go, I make a choice based upon this, and that I am the real self instead of the id, superego, or pretend ego relative to id and superego, which is id as in this thing that I think I am with my insecurities, relative to the superego that I present to others that seems like me, and then I balance it because I know myself to be like this based upon these things and these actions and what I'm really feeling, except that superego is not really you, and neither is the id and neither is the ego. Then you go, oh, I have not seen that I am this person pretending that these two things, id and superego, are anything at all, and ego is actually not even who I really am, and I never really truly observed myself. I must ego death the ego, because it was never my real ego, and then I am now this. As you watch your ego death, maybe on hallucinogenics, or like me, when I was meditating and just thinking about shit, which yes, you can do that. God, people have problems with that one too, apparently. You go, oh, I'm observing myself here. That isn't really me, though. I'm this thing that thinks that that's going away. However, did you see that you're still doing this thing? You're still observing that dies. That's your real self. The Eastern philosophy is gone. You do have a real, true self and personality. Suck it up. You're wrong. You're going to have to fucking figure out that part that you really are. And you're going to have to accept yourself. That's a part of learning to accept yourself relative to this idea of what you've presented yourself to others, which is your ego internal, which tries to balance that which you've done and that which is your insecurities that you have not accepted, and relate to this idea of self. Idea of self is not yourself. Self is self. Hard problems, but not really. It just takes a little bit of time and management of like, I'm going to accept me. It's a weird therapy thing. That's why it happened after I went through a lot of cognitive behavioral therapy, dialectic therapy, a fuck ton of therapy. You have no idea. Lots and lots of memory, examination through my own EMDR meditation, because, of course, that's a thing I learned how to do. And no, I'm not going to have help with that, because, nah. It's not really something you do with others. You do by yourself. You just have to be taught how to do it. Be careful, though. You might not like what you see. And this is where I learned how to forgive myself and others and go, my perspective of my mother, yes, sure, this, and my feelings valid, yes, but also these things, and that happened, and that to them caused them to act like this, and they don't accept these boundaries, and they're still abusive, fucking manipulative narcissists, but they are still people that are that way thanks to these things, and that's how that works. Same things with the family. It's what it is. And we see it often with people like me, and that's the problem with being hyper self-aware. If you become hyper self-aware, you begin to get much better at learning to just be that way. This is the part of that. Like, your ego death is not what we're talking about. Ego isn't real. Ids aren't real. Super ego isn't real. All of those are fake psychological garbage constructs that mean nothing. They're just trying to explain something that really you should have been taught when you were younger. It's existential stuff. That's all we're talking about here. And I'm not even kidding. Your existential self, which is your real self, is all you will ever be and ever have been. I don't know why they don't get that. But they're like, Eastern philosophy, there is no real self. Western philosophy, you are these things together combined. How about we just go back to simple? You're you doing you, feeling you, knowing you, noticing you, and that's it. Not the mere you, the you internally, and the you externally, and the you doing you, and the you being you, the you feeling you is you. You ever understand that? People have a problem with obvious statement is obvious, but yet they don't seem to grasp the concept very well. It's a problem. Now, what does that relate to? Right? For like what this physics thing says, right? It's like, oh, right. Yeah, you didn't really quite get that. The only way to see yourself is to basically perform the same action of the nothingness did. I am this infinite and all the related. No, but I am this. All of that is similar, and no, but I'm this. Just deal with it. Behold, I figured out all of the life's universe's answers with my ass hallucinogenic trip. Shockingly, you didn't remember. Why is that? because you probably didn't figure it out. Yeah, most likely, right? So you didn't really discover the nothingness whole, because that wasn't really what that was. You didn't really, we are all infinite connected. No. You missed the point. You came back to yourself. You didn't learn again. The universe tries to teach you every time, but man, don't they fucking ever not learn and just accept these things, huh? God, it's almost like we're made out of the same shit, and so then we'll have the same experience. Stupid shit after a while. But it's not. I'm not stupid, and neither are you. It's just difficult to accept stuff, because it's very hard to understand it, conceptualize it. What helped was the way I went about it, apparently, which was slow and steady wins that race, progress over time, and a hell of a lot of therapy and knowledge beforehand. And there was no hallucinogenics in my ego death. It was some cannabis and meditation, and a rigorous schedule at that. Because I have ADHD and I have a hard time sitting down and focusing on that and relaxing into it. And the only reason why I'm going to talk about this is because you might want to do it yourself. This is how visual meditation, imagine, whatever it's called, but take any part of your body and then focus on it. Imagine it. Feel the sensation of whatever that is. Move that you are trying to focus on, that part. Move it to somewhere. That's all you got to do. You can start from your toes, and you can move up. Do that pretty consistently, right? And then try and imagine more and more and more and more of what it is you're feeling, right? That could be blood, that could be a nerve, that could be a cell, it doesn't matter. You're going to get better and better and better at that. Once you can start to literally feel your entire body, seemingly even inside of your own head, then you can do the next part. And this will take you an extraordinarily long period of time. It's really hard to sense your entire body all at once without freaking and feeling like you're hypersensitive. So be careful, okay? Observe the point at which you are trying to observe everything that is your body from. You'd be surprised how hard that is for most people. It was hard for me too, for a little bit. But apparently, it's not that hard for me as it is for basically most other people. So it's like, what is the place you're sensing from? Where is that? They're imagining. You're sensing that sensation. Where? How? What's that? In your brain? Here? That? Just imagine it there. Wherever that is, imagine that. Try, please. Even if you have nothing. Because I have a type of aphantasia, or whatever it is, where most of my shit is literally, effectively, different levels of black. Like densities. Like thicknesses of just nothing, effectively. So if you're like, I can't do that, I have this, keep trying. You'll get there. But it's like, all right, you figured out how to look at the thing you are using to observe, right? Right. Look at that thing that's trying to observe that. Keep doing that. What? Yep. Keep doing it. What if I'm still doing that? Do it infinitely. Do it to all points of your body. Remember, you could sense your entire body, remember? Right. Now you should be able to eventually go, all those points I can look from. From all those sensations. All those are now observation points to look at both self and the thing that contains the self. You have now actualized self. You now recognize self as self. That's how hard it is to know thyself as physical. Let's get into the internal, existential, psychological, mental. That's You accepted this that you are. This is your physical. That's fine. It takes a long time to accept that sometimes. Breathe. Next is probably one of the harder ones. All of the things you hate you've ever done. Remember you talked about most likely you're going to go to bed. Like, remember that embarrassing thing? You suck. We're going to examine a lot of embarrassing things. All of that. Objectively, as best you can. You're going to forgive yourself. You're going to go like, man, I was like this and I was like that. And all that. You're going to do that for the person that angered you. You're going to do that for people that traumatized you. You're going to let it go. You don't have to forgive. You just let it go. You go, that is what that is. It's hard as fuck. It hurts. It's the worst. Then it gets better. You know, this is this. They knew this. This is what was going on. I remember that. I don't remember everything. I don't know. All that shit. And you forgive. You go, all right, I'm not the piece of shit I thought I was. And they aren't. Totally. This is the thing that I fell into as a trap for my narcissistic abusers. My family. I tried boundaries and more with many things with my therapist and even family therapy and more. They're just narcissistic abusers. You just have to deal with it. Don't expect them to change. You have to learn how to accept that. The world's full of hypocrites. Remember that one? Well, the women are okay with, having a boyfriend or husband that's way younger than them. And it's creepy and weird when a man does it with a younger woman. Yeah, I'm sure that those exist. Statistically, you exist. Doesn't matter how small, it's still a valid, legitimate amount, however much that is. Does it make it worse or better when it's more? Why do you think one way or another is better or worse? It's more about the individuals and the context situation. The vast majority of people tend to remember that until it's something that is irking them. But then they don't know the art of just not giving a fuck. Why the fuck am I going to go investigate, think about this related, and go form an opinion and judge them? That's a waste of time, effort, and energy, and I get angry. And you do too. Then you go, the world is full of hypocrites. Because effectively, almost everyone is. With something, right? Statistically, they're everywhere. They're like, no, they're not everyone. I didn't say it was everyone. I said they're everywhere. Because statistically, someone at some point might be doing that, right? Well, yes. So 100% of the time, at some point, or is it 99.9 repeated? Does it matter? At what point is the context and situation, and when they are cognitively dissonant, to the point of a hypocritical statement and feeling that is now going to allow for them to vote and or think and or write and or act and or whatever that affects you and or someone. But everybody's doing that. Behold, learning to accept the whole world is shit, and accepting it. And nobody really does much of anything to help it. But wait, no, I'm doing this. Is it reasonable to expect them to spend their entire life doing that? They have their own life. They have their own joys. They have their own things they want. If it wasn't for capitalism, they'd be able to pursue that without you feeling that they have a necessary responsibility and obligation to do these things for everyone. They might not be cut out for that. Remember the whole relating to people around you? Behold, this person you hate, but don't fall into that trap. Remember? No, sorry, dude. Millionaire, billionaire, thousandaire, I don't care. You get it? Yeah, that's valid, but also, this is a thing, and none of you are really putting any effort of getting it together, it seems like. Or when you do, are we going to do the collaboratory? Are we doing conspiratory? Are we doing this? Are we doing that? They all seem pretty similar, except, of course, the context of the situation denotes different reasons. But wait, is it malevolent? Malicious? Is that conspiratory? Wait a second. But it is for them if you do it that way. But it's not. That's not how we feel. It's the same with them. Moving on. We're not done with the meditation yet. Sorry, but you're really not. You haven't addressed your id and superego and ego. We haven't done ego death. Those first two help you with ego death. That's right, you didn't do it. You thought that was ego death. That's not ego death. I didn't say anything about ego death yet. This is a very specific breathing technique and relaxing into observing yourself. I usually do the pause method, which means I inhale, I pause. I exhale for a long time, I pause. I inhale for a long time, I pause. And I continuously do that and slowly observe self. I let go of self. I relax any tension of self. Remember the observation points of my entire everything that I am? That disappears. You slowly but surely let go of all self. When you do that, you start to see more and more of these little things. They're ruminating. No. They're just springing up. If you're ADHD like me, you know exactly what that means. If you're not, you might still know what that means. Random thoughts that are negative or even neutral. They could lead to something or somewhere. Those go away. Permanently, basically. You're going to watch that disappear. You're not going to fight it. You're going to let it flow through. The only way this works is you constantly work at it. As you observe yourself, that thought, where it came from, what the trigger was, how it happened, what it's trying to relate to, and more, you slowly but surely remove it. The friction goes away. And you go closer and closer to absolute zero states. The tension goes away. It's nice, but it's not about tension. It's your brain. Your brain's negative and positive and neutral gets calmed down. Brainwave states are slowing down and being reduced. You're ordering them. You're controlling them more and more and more as you do this. Every thought is a brainwave state, trying to spring up. It's clicking erratically. It's like a radioactive substance that's harming you. Slowly but surely, those thoughts go away. You'll observe where they come from. You'll not need to challenge them. After a point, they're just thoughts. You'll let them go. You let them flow through. They mean nothing. They have no impact. You don't hang on to them. It takes energy to hang on to them. The more they show up, the more that you use that to let go. It comes in and you let it go. You set up an energy state that as it comes in, kind of like laser light and or electromagnetic fields, that when something tries to wiggle or jiggle, it grabs that energy and then it goes back towards a lower energy heat and or movement state. Your brain waves are going to get slower. They're going to become less and less and less. They will cease completely. Brain activity goes to nil. You basically stop breathing, like I did, and while I wasn't wearing a heart monitor, I really don't remember ever having a heartbeat. I woke up like 30 minutes later. Doesn't seem like I got brain damage. Woke up just fine. Kind of like I took a nap. Could have been just a really deep nap. Yeah, but I was still somewhat consciously aware until... And then... Weird phenomenon kind of stuff. So, the reason why I talk about it, though, is because your heart rate is tied to those brain waves. Your breathing is too. These are being exponentially slowed down. When I say brain activity ceases, I mean thoughts aren't there. You're not going to dream. There's no sensation. You're going to need to accept that. I've done it 3 times meditating. That's one of the reasons why I don't really talk about it much. I don't think most people want to do this because it can terrify the shit out of people. But if you do, it's okay. You're going to wake up. You're not really sleeping and you didn't pass out and you didn't go into some tetrodotoxin fucking state. You technically are dead here. But your brainwave, the real you, is going through brain restart death state. It's basically all I've got. I mean that. I'm not kidding. I have no idea. It's nowhere medically in anything. So what I've got is... So effectively the brain tries to restart the heart and then you wake up. But because you're not in a kind of place to metabolize, your metabolism isn't continuing, you slowed a lot of shit down, you didn't kill brain cells. You didn't do anything like that. You didn't have any cellular death during this. There's no hypoxia. And if you know anything about people that have held their breath for very long periods of time and even had their heart rate slow down dramatically, then you know likely why this is what is going on. You're effectively in a death state. And I mean death. Your brain goes through death. Yeah, when I mean you go through death, I mean you go through death. You're going to have to deal with that part. Maybe I shouldn't tell you about that, but yeah, that's what you're doing. And so the body goes, uh-oh, and then it restarts. So when we measure the brain as it dies, after the heart stops, it goes through bursts of brainwave activity throughout the brain. I can tell you confidently, no, there is no afterlife. And no, that doesn't mean that they're thinking during that, you stupid fuck-up cunts. You're not getting supraconsciousness either. It's just bursting because those are the erratic firing neurons that are slowing down finally and settling. This is why I call it a reset. You're going to go through a reset. You're going to observe yourself go away. It's okay, you'll come back. I didn't have anyone around. I should have done that. You should do that. Make sure someone's around in case they need to restart your heart and shit. I just woke up 3 times in a row. That's how I dealt with my ego death. Several times. There was no hallucinogenics. There's a little bit of cannabis. It's rigorous progress with meditation and constant observation of myself, my triggers, my feelings, and everything that I relate from myself to myself, and letting that go, and letting anything that might be there trying to irk me, where that might have come from, and letting that go too. EMDR, meditation to ego death reset state. If you're not ready for that, you're fucked. This will freak you the hell out, so don't do it. You're going to an absolute zero, and you're bursting back up again. Rapidly. You'll come back out. You'll be fully, pretty much re-energized. It's going to be a weird one because I know I died. That was death, for sure. And then I came back. Yep. You touched it. You were there. It's okay. You're going to be fine. Now you know a lot more about yourself. Usually during those moments, you start to see that part, and there's no, man, afterlife, or any of these other things. There's no, man, I suddenly know all the things about myself. You know what got you to know all about those things about yourself? All the work you did before. This is about the brain getting to be able to be reset. This is about knowing and noticing those things that are there trying to set off those triggers, where they came from, and more. Being able to see programming and where it came from on the way down and out. All this life flashes before my eyes. Yeah, that might be for other things, but this has nothing to do with that. You're not going to see memories or any of that. You're going to go through thoughts, emotions. That's what that is. And you'll be able to know why they happened, how they happened, where they happened, and more. And that's incredibly powerfully useful, because you'll be able to control every bit of it. They can't hurt you anymore either. And you don't fear death like you used to. You still will. You still want to live. But it is what it is. It's okay. You'll be fine after that. You only really ever need to do it once. I'm not an overachiever. I just, I have a lot more trauma And I really wanted a lot of things to stop and really kind of figure it out. I wasn't trying to kill myself. I was just trying to figure things out. So I got pretty good at that. I was able to, from there, learn more and more about how to order my brain, organize my thoughts, remember things, and more, and really relate myself to my habits every day and more. It didn't solve my disability and magically make it so I could work again, which again never really happened, so work at all, really. But it helped out a lot. Be careful, though. Some people really think it gives them superpowers, or that they can hear whatever. And so it can introduce some idea of, like, some kind of psychosis. You don't really have psychosis. Sometimes you're just more aware of things than you might be aware of. You can start seeing even those quantum goings on as it slowly goes to its no longer working, basically, state. And it sets that up as it does that. That memory still stays, and then when it restarts up, that's still there, and you can remember what that is in relation to you. You then can control it. From there, you can get further. It does mean you can usually get pretty far. Cool stuff. Really helps out. Be careful. It doesn't give you Limitless, the movie kind of thing, or Lucy or whatever it was. Nothing like that's going to happen. But you do have more control over your emotions. You have more control over your physical sensations. And you do seem to get a bit of this weird somewhat telepathy kind of thing going on. And body language gets really easy to understand. And instead of having the confusion and doubt as to whether or not someone's lying, man, you can pick it up real easy, really fast. You really can't, not see it. You'd basically know what someone's thinking and saying. You know what I mean? You get much better at relating predictive analysis of that is truly there to everybody's situation. This is the kind of final level of Saundrism. Saundrism is really, really rough for us. We tend to not want to imagine everybody having their own life because it's so complex and blah, 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 blah. It's not. They're like this, they think like this, these opportunities, this situation, this life led. They have these likes, they show off these things, they have these micro expressions, they have these inflections, voice tonality, and more. And wouldn't you know it, you're this person. And then from there, you'll make decisions like this. It gets really easy to see people deadly accurately. You can, pierce them with words. It's scary in that sense. So be careful with that one. But I spent about 2 years doing this. This sometimes takes over 30 for monks. And that's every day with a rigid schedule too. Even some of them having cannabis. If you got there sooner, congrats. But man, most people will never get there. That's the point I try and make. If you do get there, awesome. Right. Don't expect to get there soon is what you're saying. Exactly that. See what I mean? With the telepathy thing? Especially with the little ordering of the brain waves, creating little pockets, tunnel effects, propagation, phasing, different wave functions, collapse for the right frequency at any given point. Time and space being kind of a weird thing dimensionally. Yeah, that weird thing. I've been working pretty hard on that. I kind of sort of stopped because I got to a weird point where I look like I have psychosis. But if you live my life and you ever manage to get any of what I was talking about back in the past in Chandler, and then me now knowing about this, sitting here recording this late, knowing that I talked about that back when I lived with my parents in Chandler, Arizona, which is what I call Chandler, right? I talked about this, but it only springs up as a memory after and or during. It's just like retrograde amnesia. Yeah, I woke up one day with just no memory of shit for like years, which is very weird. I don't know what caused that. I should have went to a doctor, but I just felt like everybody would think I was lying because I've dealt with that all my life. And it didn't seem like I had too many issues going on in terms of like anything else. And I still remember my name. I still knew where I lived. Stuff like that. Like, basics were still there, but other stuff was gone. You know what I mean? The weird, like, there's no way that can happen, right? It's like, obviously I didn't just skip. Like, I knew time had passed. I knew things had been talked about. And then I lived my life with constant every day. How does that work? What is that called? Deja vu. But that doesn't work when it's exacting. And I go, I know what I said, and I know that it's what I did and said back then. I know I referenced these moments. I know that. And if I could get that information, which should be there, Google and other shit was far more able to record than you might expect. I mean, that's a whole other thing when it comes down to, like, you know, when you say one word constantly and then all of a sudden you start getting advertised that? That's not for no reason. That word gets translated via an AI into, you know, sound to text, right? But that text then gets constantly sent to a temporary file that you could find effectively. However, then that gets overwritten, deleted. But when it gets overwritten and deleted, that's sent as small packets and data files to main servers. Main servers that store that information. So Google's right. They never store that information. They deleted it. They deleted what was there. The information, though, can be extrapolated from that deleted understanding of that information. So, like, think the information was deleted, but they sent that they deleted this information. That deleted information that was sent, you know, the understanding that they deleted that, then can be broken out into the information that they deleted. However, everyone pretty much does that. Then I was already dealing with hackers, which that was a whole other one because, I mean, it's not like they're really doing much. Oh wait, they kind of are. And that gets deeper. And then I'm just going to look like Psychosis Boy. And he's on cannabis anyways. And what? He just thinks he's smart. What are you, my parents? Meanwhile, I get told by quite a lot of smart people all the time, you are a lot smarter than you think. And no. PhDs, engineers, scientists, so am I. Doctors, nurses. So much so, are you lying? The paranoia and anxiety is real. Granted, I still went through my stuff, so you have to deal with that. You know, kind of tidbit of knowledge. It's just a warning. If you aren't one of those things, congrats. You're in a very small percentage. It's good. Don't think you might get to the ego death so quickly. If you did, that would be very dangerous. Not for anyone but yourself. A lot of people aren't very ready for that without relation of that. The way they need to have that. So they can understand what that is. Knowledge is incredibly important in this situation. And it doesn't give you magical superpowers. There's never-ending constant work here that has to be done. And never-ending constant amount of upkeep and progress, change, and effort. And, oh, by the way, your brain degrades. So, you get old, too. And slower. Which sucks ass. And I don't like that either. But that's a thing. And it's like, man, I wasn't even finished. That ego death just helped me go towards finally with meditation and working on a large amount, because before this I wasn't doing anything of my, you know what, I just want to see if I can sing and dance. You know what, I just want to walk and dance. You know, can I even make, some cool concept ideas? How does an engine even work? How does this do this? How does that do this? How does it? I know about this, but how does this? I was intelligent, but nothing like I am now. It took a lot of work, a lot of thinking, a lot of brute forcing to the point where I got to this. Never-ending, constant internal work. There's no papers. There's never going to be. Why would it? Testing. Hey, is that what that is? Yeah. So I was right again. Bye. But who did you ask? No, I just read a fucking study. Turns out, it's likely someone else thought something. 30 PhDs, and they say this is what that was. Oh, it turns out I was right, okay. Is it really, though? It's usually a couple of people that tend to do that work, but I'm gonna move on. You know what I mean? When I go, oh yeah, there's a bunch of PhDs that think like me. That should tell you something. You're like, oh, so you're really smart. After a lot of hard work, yeah. It's like constant progress over time and checking to see if you're right. Turns out, works like education. It can be done without needing to go to college and writing things down, taking notes, reading a textbook, or ever at all doing math. It's like a slap in the face to the status quo. But it worked for me. I never had to learn it. I just knew that I was right about everything that you were talking about. So I don't have to care about your math. You change those anyways due to different observations, tensions, sensing, better data, better detectors, better experiments. Then you go, possibly something might not be. I shall modify something anyways. But the basics are pretty consistent. You get my drift? Turns out, your PhD can get broken down pretty quickly into just some basic logical thinking. Here's the perspective-based thinking problem that most people don't want to talk about. If I am XYZ with no computer and my observational methods have no ability to be anything that we have now, how must I imagine this to be back then? Most of it all started, it would appear, around the Renaissance and then ramped up And by the way, actually, it started well before that. That was the history lesson I got. Brute forcing. Yes, we only see this. Logic dictates that there's no fucking way humans didn't think something before that, even if we aren't going to record that. And it's published and stored, let alone a Library of Alexandria got burned down. It's almost like the validity of that given thought is still valid regardless of if not others or many others or no one ever saw it or heard it. The very opposite of what most people tend to think in a capitalistic society. Part of self-worth and self-validation. Guess what? You're going to have it. You're going to realize it doesn't matter if a bunch of people think like you or know about what you're thinking about or care about or view anything as, believe in more. And you'll still be validating it, regardless of what anyone challenges ever it to be. You now have confidence, self-esteem, self-worth, and self-validation. Nothing will shake it. That angers the shit out of the vast majority of everyone around you. If you're not smart, you'll fall into the narcissist trap that most others do, and the I'm very smart, I'm smarter than you. And you might actually be. But it doesn't mean you're perfect, so don't fall into that trap either. These are parts of the cognitive behavioral therapy, fantastical thinking, logical thinking, and more that you have to continuously upkeep and keep going. Which I did. So there's that. So, if I move on, it goes into, I started with engines. And I mean that. It's fluid dynamics. It's a good place to start. Fluid dynamics is apparently the first beginnings of quantum field theories. Let's go. Let's start. How does an engine work? Then I moved from there onwards. Suck, squeeze, bang, blow. 4-stroke. Or 2-stroke, depending. How does it do this? How does it do that? How does it flow in? Imagine you are air heading into a manifold. There's pressure there, being moved around, flow velocity. Yeah, there's an area for me to get in. How'd that happen? Well, this rotated and that pushed down, and then there was space. There was space. Good. All right. How much space? Enough for me to go in. Engines. A piston inside of a sleeve, inside of a cylinder that is actually not a cylinder. If you look at it, it's an oddly shaped toroidal geometric shape. There's no cylinders there. The occlusion of a cylinder does not mean cylinder. A cylinder is a solid. A vacuum cylinder, you could call it, but then there are other things around it, which then turns it into a toroidal, even if it has multiple cylinders. But that's getting off topic. I didn't really think about that. Oh wait, actually I did. It's a very odd thing. I then went into, if there's a single point, if I stretch it around and it has infinite stretchability, I can turn it into almost any shape at all that I want. Its volume technically just gets less dense. Its area and volume change, but the mass stays the same. I then moved on. So how the fuck can I make a fucking engine? What's a vacuum even? A vacuum? What is thermal? Thermal? How does tension? Tension. You're getting ahead of yourself. Nope, I'm not. Tension. What is this? Surface tension. What is that? Charge, polarity, some weird stickiness. Basically, yeah. Everything has that. Boundary layers. That's probably what the friction is for this thing and why it doesn't go as fast. They probably funneled this because that's the only way to try and force it to accelerate as it goes from a larger area to a smaller area. And the only way for that to work is for it to accelerate. And if you do it more smoothly, depending on the tapering point, you then gain more flow. Improvement has been achieved. Let's go check that. Yep, that's exactly what they do. They call it a velocity stack instead of a funnel. Oh, it's a parabolic funnel. Oh, what the fuck is this? They have a bunch of words for the same thing. Competition. Another capitalist problem. It's a velocity stack. It's a parabolic funnel. Venturi! Yes. Move hand, water rushes behind. Bernoulli's. Move hand, water rushes through hand. Venturi. Swish. Whatever. I go long, large volume, through smaller area, through cavity, through area of nozzle, equal faster velocity. You want to know why I thought that? I coughed. I saw the movement of a towel while I was on the toilet, coughing, taking a shit. I went, it keeps moving. It's a lot more than I thought. I mean, the force is what it is. But why does it move so much? Surface area, captured amounts of energy, kinetic over a given amount of time, delta. Clicked, just like that. Took nothing of your stupid college textbooks. I don't know why you don't just immediately get it. I mean that. I'm not even trying to be a dick about it. It's just like, well, it's obvious. It's been around you all the time. Click. Next one. They clearly knew that when they were well and truly not even in cities. There's no way they didn't notice this effect. Rocket stoves. They wouldn't have it in any way. As an archaeological find, it wouldn't be a fossil. It would easily decay and then get environmentally destroyed over time, and if anything, they didn't want anybody to notice that they had it, and it would definitely no longer allow flames to be seen by others over a distance. Just dig a hole at an angle, dig a bigger hole here, put stuff in it. Are we really going to say that we're that smart? That seems weird. Why would we do that? We're doing the same things they were. They would have seen it, any number of trees that caught fire in a forest that were slightly hollow. Do you even understand how fucking long we've had these ideas and concepts for? Just because you put it in a textbook and some dude named it after themselves doesn't mean in any aspect that it wasn't something people were doing well and truly, possibly tens of thousands of years, if not hundreds, or even more, before you ever coined the term. My man! Bigger funnel this way, smaller, store energy in no way, but actually stays together better. Much easier, actually. Put small sticks, squeeze, smaller nozzle, something there has to go around to bigger stick. Suck in smaller stick, burn better. off angle, swirl. Better angle, better shape, better swirl, better mix and burn. I wonder why the archaeologists never found that. It's a fucking hole in the ground. How would I find that? Yes, how would you? Look at my tool use as my hairy self back in the day. We have no prefrontal cortex that matters so much. It's almost like the Ice Age happened after that. That really would have ground that down, huh? Only my bestest guy that I listened to with the textbook and shit with the fucking number symbol things I enjoy is the one that did this. You know, crush up thing, burn better. Wonder if place thing near hole it suck in burn nice. Coal burn hot. Metal. Shit! We have refined steel before we should have. I just cascade effect it. I put other holes into one above. It goes from hot to hotter to hottest as stacks happen. Burn more air, use convection as it goes up, and I see go up. Steel. I wonder why there are pockets of steel in certain places that seem pretty odd to be there. Glacial grinding. We only do hunt. You know, with this shit, I can gather a lot better. Seeds, nuts, berries, fruits. It's a lot easier, you know that? Most of our shit came from gathering. Women, men, teach each other not stuff. That's right, not like this, noose like this, dig, stick. Put boulder, roll. If need to. Way easier hunt, not gonna get hurt. Yeah, I like that too. Why are you disruptive? Stab. Bye. You gonna eat him? No, we'll just throw him to one of them. We'll move on. Not a lot of archaeological evidence. Well, really, before the glacials, huh? Shut up about the fuck you! So I moved on from archaeology. Apparently, I don't think people would have liked that one. The true logic test, sanity test of that shit, they would have seen it everywhere around them. Because they're always looking for anything either to eat and or to improve their life constantly. Monkey see, monkey do, bitch. They have to recognize, really? What do you do on a daily basis? Whiff on recognition, huh? Sorry your ancestors were better than you at that. Sarcasm. Anyways, moving on to that cool thought. I kind of went down that path for a while. It was fun, honestly. How would they start with energy conservation? Like storage. Wheel spin, continue spin. They must see easy first. Boulder, continue, go when bigger than small rock. I push downhill, ha 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 ha. Oh, fuck, that was big. Splash? Behold, energy I can store. Spin, 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 spin. Well and truly before we should have had them. course, the standard problem is people die. People lose information that doesn't get taught. Then we have to get back again later. At least we're better at that now. So, moving on, it was like, and so wind would probably be the first one because it's always there and they're using it to sail. Because it'd be hard to roll boulder down. But they would know about that, and so they would store that. That's probably what the first one was. What do we see archaeologically? Basically that. If you can even find them anymore. Leather, paper, any of that. It's all biodegradable shit. So, why is this a big deal? Gears. The beginning of gears. Rock shaped like this, roll like this. Put rock here, roll a lot like that. When other rock here, roll like this now. Useful. The beginning of gears. Storage is a big deal, turns out. I can use that to do a hell of a lot more. Oh no. I'm being attacked. I've got to move on. So I kind of skipped forward to like the Renaissance instead. It's like a really sad beginning of human tale. A bunch of dicks that just keep taking from others that are really smart, and then smart people just ruin and kill all of them. Inevitably over time. And then some stupid large amount of seemingly out of nowhere, but it's hard to plan for any of that. Natural disaster seems to really play a pivotal role in losing information, and storage and language has to keep up somehow. It's a hard process. It takes time. So I just skipped ahead to the Renaissance. So that's back again. The windmills and the fucking gears. Well, they added water this time. And horses and some other shit. They already had whips, though. With the slaves back in the... Oh, right. Focus. Psh, it's spinning. Water go burr with candle. Come out whole. Spin. That was thousands of years before this. Right. They lost a lot. So many times. It sucks. They don't like brown people. It's just what you would say, truthfully, but like not really. It's just a bunch of dicks fighting until eventually people forget things. It's the worst. Yeah. So, moving on. Let's skip past the Renaissance to something that's actually cool. What's up, Darwin? What are you doing over there? You know, you'd probably think about this because you were sailing. You're probably... You knew about vacuums, didn't you? Because you're already using Bernoulli's principal capture technique. Why didn't you use that? It's really hard to make blades like that. Nuh-uh. Not really. It just skips over it. You already have the Venturi effect, which means mass airflow. You just have it skip over to the next blade, and then what's underneath that didn't basically get sucked out during the Bernoulli's principle for the Venturi effect as it got accelerated. Darwin did not like this. Meanwhile, windmill go continuously burr so long as enough air pressure and wind start. Stirling effect vacuum pressure continue. So long as the amount of mass and continuation of vacuum amount maintains self over given amount of continuous blade movement, speed velocity is achieved, and adequate friction is reduced. It's not perpetual, but it'll sure look like it. I could use that, though. Yeah, but you can't spin a wheel as well. Bzzz. What are you doing over there? What is this? Something that shocked it from the sky. That's kind of weird. Why did it do that to it? I don't know. Okay. That's not very helpful. What do you want from me? I don't even know what this shit's made out of. Fair point. Fair play. Still, though, that's pretty interesting. What else does it do? Well, if I do this near it, it does this. Well, that's pretty interesting. Why did it get hot? I'm not sure. So, how do I imagine what this is? What is even this that it does? It's not even close to it. It's just magic. Bitch, it's not magic. I'm not going with magic. Who's going with? Oh, you guys are joining in and it's related to God. I'm gonna go do this secretly over here. It's not that. What does this do? What is this doing over here? About this distance. So this is about the maximum. Turns out a lot of people that tinker around with this stuff have lathes and workshops, like things to do with blacksmithing. And files that have iron filings around. Oh my goodness! What's happened with all this sawdust and other shit that I haven't cleaned up? There's metal around. Maybe it works on the wood. No, it's not doing anything like that. The metal's moving. Behold how magnetic field lines are figured out. Documented to be like that. Figured out well before it was documented, though. Shockingly. Because absolute logic sanity check, it had to have. Statistically speaking. Suck it up over there. Anthropological archaeologist garbage people that don't want to follow logic. That have to go, unless we see. So I'm going to move on. So, anyways, they go like, a bunch of other stuff, some grandstanding bullshit over there with this one, that one, that one, this one, and this is even the America, Tesla, and fucking Edison people. You want to know how crazy that shit was back in the day? They're like, it is not what this is. Meanwhile, ohms, it's a squeeze force, the resistance of a total amount of amperage. So it's really what we're dealing with is amperage here? Yes. So the amount of force that we can push the amperage through. What is an amperage? We didn't think about electrons for a really long time, let me tell you. It was a real problem. God, I like having that knowledge now, but man, they didn't know fucking shit. They're like, stuff moves. Oh, thanks. Sorry. That's gonna have to work now. No textbooks being read. Just brute force perspective-based thinking. I found what... Really? That's like basically this. Mm-hmm. You're all really predictable, you know that? So we're going to move on. Because it's funny, but not that funny after a while. Because it's like, alright, well that's fluid dynamics. Stirling. Yeah, that was thermal. What was thermal again? Expansion. They must know about kinetic at this point. They've got to. I mean, they're already talking about movement with fields. It's a field with them anyways. They don't know. They're not saying. Well, they have elements. They know it's stuff of some kind. Fair enough, whatever. The stuff bingity ring rings. Okay. Can you describe that a little better? Yeah, basically. I mean, the vacuum, there's stuff that wants to go to it. That's also like cold and or heat. That makes sense. Like reverse osmosis. What's that? Oh, fuck. Right, yeah. I'm not supposed to tell you anything like that. Eventually, quantum physicists go, it's not! It's fields, wave functions. Depending on how good it is at transferring through a given membranic property value of a given situation context, which is not what they call it. It's literally just like, this material property is quantum wave function with given directionality over a given amount of time and space for this account of this amount of vibration and fucking blah 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 blah. Boring. Reverse osmosis. It goes both ways. Wants to balance itself entropically. So I moved on to, alright, let's think about this better. So, bangity ring, the amount of force of these tiny things. Yes, well there's a decent amount of them and they have a lot of it. That makes sense. It's not like they're going to be ripped apart. Why don't they just go through them, though? They're really small. What's the distance between any of those things? Not sure. How come they don't just get stuck in this stuff? It's true. Like a net. Yeah. Why does that not happen? Good question. I have to go look into that. Sterling comes back. They're really a lot smaller than we thought. These things are molecules. These are really way smaller. That makes sense. Yep. Do they have like fields around them? No. Have you heard these guys? They're just zapping shit. Did that have anything to do with this? Maybe that's what helps also with it not getting stuck into it. No, I've never... You know, what is that actually? I'm kind of interested in that. Nice. The Stirling engine's born. One of his first earliest prototypes happens to be, although it's not really usually written anywhere, an electricity-based one. The figured idea comes from, well, it heats it more completely, more quickly, and that's a good thing, because it transfers it more readily. It's easy enough to just cast this around this. This should work. Apparently it didn't stick for some reason. He didn't realize how hard it was to actually make that amount of electricity to do that, because at the time it wasn't something they could do so easily. But the idea stuck because it still worked. You just need more heat to get more people impressed with it, as is the grandstanding of back in the day to get any amount of money to try and keep getting it going. There is no publishing scientific papers. It's all about product, product, product. Sorry, Jan Lee Kun. It's the opposite of what you've said. Products. It's the only way you get noticed. So, Stirling's idea of entropy was eventually formed as a result, mostly, of needing to come up with thermodynamics and the laws therein, because it seems to work everywhere. As he noticed, the air does this, water does this. Like, what doesn't do this? And thus is born the beginning of a natural law, a physics law. We have to define systems. We have to understand this. This moves like that. This is now a thing. What is even this then? It's electrons. We're naming the smaller parts now? Yeah. Okay, it's electrons. What did they do? We were still figuring that out. Okay. There's a pressure around. No, it's not. It's not your stuff. It's our stuff. Never your stuff. Okay. Behold the boffins of the elite aristocratic colleges of the yesteryears. Oh wait, I think I just talked about now in 2024. Wouldn't you know? That's exactly what they do. They haven't changed. Some of them weren't like that. No kidding. How rich were those ones over there? How much fame and people that knew them were they over there from the yesteryear? A lot. And that's the only way that they mattered, right? Yeah. You know what Sterling did to get that shit? You should really look into that history. It's a brutal, bloody war that effectively goes over a bunch of shit that people figured out literally thousands of years before they ever fought about it. Stupid bullshit. It is. But hey, that's what they did. So, I went, alright, well that's interesting. So, it happens to always head towards this state that you're seeing from a more chaotic, pressurized, because of course in your mind you can obviously see and imagine that it's bouncing around like this, and then it goes off, it expands, and it goes back into a more energy relative to everything around it state, and it tends to flow together and then is more organized. It seems to operate off of principles that we often can't see as easily, but are obviously there. So we go, it's chaotic to us, but you understand that it's more likely to be quite a bit more organized. And so you write this initial at the end of your life when you're basically fed up with even trying to pretend it is anything other than this. People fight you and eventually rip it off and say it's not that, and then they bring it back in later, but in a different way, so they didn't actually have anything that they did wrong, and they were right the entire time. Wouldn't you know it? Anybody want to know what that equation is? It looks an awful lot like what Einstein talks about. A lot of math looks similar. I'm not kidding. fluid dynamics, thermodynamics, electro, all of it starts having very, very similar math. There's memes about them looking over at each other's work. I think all of you have forgotten that it all came from effectively the same thing, and so, of course, will operate on fairly similar principles depending on the perspective relative to what the observation point and analysis that it is that you wish to interpret it as. Thus begins the war of intelligence. Multiple perspectives of one single phenomena is the correct answer. That they are all doing these things, and it's like this from starting point, and it moves on forward like that. Depending on what it is that you want to specify its direction and given thing it is going to do or is doing changes ultimately how you define it. And the instructions and interpretation you are supposed to supposedly have. Go to another field of study, all of a sudden, no, we say it's this. Shock face. Horror. No way. What? Stupid. But still yet, as people be, that is what they do consistently over time. They must be better. Capitalism rules their idea. Productivity is all that can be, even for publishing. Garbage. Marxist, not even close to being right, his communist ass. But there are other issues with other things too. So moving on. Never dealt with the philosophical, moral, ethical, psychological, and more validated how it is these perspectives and philosophical and religious and ethical, moral, and more arguments with existential and larger and self ideas and so on with the relative. I can't handle being insignificant in this thing into that thing, and the fear it causes and the need to comfort said fear. Not to mention the amount of fucking drugs they were on. So it's a thing. It's all a bunch of things after a while. So I moved forward to... How does engine work again? I may just make my own engine. I just want to make my own engine. How would they start? If you don't know anything about this, how do I make my own variable valve timing? How do I make my own variable valve duration? How do I make my own variable valve lift? How do I change compression? How do I... I'm back to engines. Fuck this. This is bullshit. History is sad. Why did you make me do this? It's you to yourself. I know me. Shut up. It's okay. It's fine. Yeah, jeez. I'm going back to engines to distract myself from that. Just bonkers hard to fucking just emotionally and mentally handle the shit and stupidity of it all. God, and we're still dealing with it, and it didn't change for hundreds of years. Thousands, really. Tens of thousands. It's only gotten worse. Back to the engine. Engine. Coping skill. Engine. How does this happen? Gearing. Gearing was like this. They wouldn't do this. They first had this type of thing. Then it would go backwards. Then it would mix right, and it'd burn, and then they would get a thrust. This had more pressure that way, that had less pressure that way, thermodynamics. So therefore, it would then give them something. They continued using that for way too long, didn't they? What is this, a candle? Of course they used a fucking stupid candle. Turns out there was a candle thing that was just like this. Stupidest thing I've ever heard. Look! The piston's unbalanced. It's fine. Okay? It just seals it. Oh, it's so sealed. It's more resistive to go that way. Why are you so angry? Oh, okay. You know I am angry, though. Yeah. There's no compression. It's not efficient, I know. Like, you can... What about the steam? You know, it loses its pressure and heat every step of the way to that point. Why aren't we just putting the heat right there? Shut up about that, okay? Fuck you. God. Remember that mass velocity? Can we make a vacuum? Yeah, it's... I mean... Sure. You're already sealing that. That's how you're sucking in air, remember? I know, but can you... God damn it. I'm gonna fucking change this. Where are you going? Nowhere. Don't look over here. Oh, wouldn't you know it? Suddenly something happened. What happened? How did you come up with this? What is this engine? Meanwhile, they went with this radial or rotary or whatever it was for a long time. But it's like, this is a stupidly high-level advancement engine. Where did this come from? Still in the annals of history. Nobody knows how they fucking made this thing. But it existed, and oh, by the way, not really heavily manufactured and rarely used. Where did this come from? Just some random creative genius. Sure. You know, those are some good ideas, though. I might check that out later. Moving on, though. But how does it do this? You can rotate a cylinder if you needed to. Yeah, I know. Everyone knows about the stupid cylinder thing. Okay, sure. Then what do you want? Some way to make it more sealed. But you'd figure that out, though. I want to also change the amount of this. They could go up and they could go down. These things suck. They do. I'm not going to use this. Really? Well, I want to use it, but it's complicated, and it has a lot of loss thanks to the amount of bends and changes in direction and more that has to go through. Effectively, it's a real problem. Okay, so then what was this really after a point? The pop-up valves or something. What about the sliding valves? Oh, right, yeah, no, I like those things. Truthfully, those are way better. You know, but they're not sealed. Yeah, but you can put something over it. What's the problem? Just put something around that. Some verticals and some horizontals. You know how hard it is to machine that shit? You're not the one that has to do this. That's true, I don't. When it pressurizes, it causes it to get all gummy. And the heat, too. You just push fucking fluid through it. Oh, okay. Yeah, no, I've got all the pressure fluid, huh? So pop-up valves, huh? Yes. Anyway, also me. Look, if you do it this way, it's easy as fuck. You just have to move it forward. It's literally the same thing. You just move it this forward, that backwards, that backwards. You get every stroke. Right. No, but like, if you put a second one on top, then you don't have to worry about the seal as much. And you can dynamically change that. Yep. The fluid makes it so it doesn't... What's the fluid? Any oil under pressure. But how does it get pressure? You have a water pump. Are you insane? Really? What about the seals? No engine doesn't leak. None of your seals don't leak. What's the problem? They continued with pop-up valves. You know what? Fuck it. I don't even want you to take my technology. Screw you. I'll just make it better later. Fucking bastards. I hate them. They're like, the Marine people are allowed to have injectors. Fucking bastards. We have fucking carburetors? That's all we get? How are they doing injectors? It's a funnel with a reservoir, with a fucking nozzle. They move it forward, it opens up the nozzle a little bit, and then it sprays a given amount for the given amount of distance it travels in. What are you on about, you fucking retard? You have poppet valves. Meanwhile, oh, sorry, investor. I guess I'll just go be fired, but then you won't come around for a while, and I'll go be hired again later. See you later. We are only carburetors here. All of our engines in the air is carburation. Oh, God damn it. How did they have a diaphragm? You have a cylinder. What fucking stupid idiot are you? You do know that it's pretty sealed in there, don't you? When it goes and it gets stuck, it opens up it on the other side. Therefore, it opens up valves over here. As it goes backwards, it fills in the reservoir. It then hits it, seals the one side, opens up the other, and then gas sprays in. The petrol, yeah. How fucking stupid are you? I don't know. Doesn't seem like it would be easy. They taught you carburetors are good, don't they? Didn't they? Yeah. Just, look, man, but they really are. Oh, God. This sucks. Really? Carburetors? All the way to the 90s, and even now in 2024, they stick around, these bastards. They're reliable. They're untunable, unreliable pieces of shit. Why would you use these? You can't even dynamically change any of the fucking amount of fuel at any given altitude, let alone any given amount of fucking RPM. I'm gonna get a gear over here just to fucking prove you wrong. Oh, sure. Just like my distributor. Meanwhile, we're not even out of the 1900s. 1920s haven't even happened. Meanwhile, no, none of this was until the 30s and 50s. Oh, God, no. Not you too. Idiots everywhere. We have pistons that shoot air out. We can't possibly come up with a way to do it with gasoline. No, fuck off. I hate them. They're so stupid. Yeah, I don't know what to tell you, man. They're the ones that pay the bills, so they're not that stupid. They have tremendous amount of money from fucking old bitches. None of them do any work themselves. They get us to do everything. Yes, but like, still. Oh, God. We could just do this ourselves. Yeah, let's do that. Yeah, let's go do it. Oh, shit, that's right. That's their thing. We can't do that. And they'll kill us if they try to do that on not our time. Let's sneak it in or something. You know what happened to the last person, right? Fuck off. My kid got his arm lost. Oh, God. I hate this place. Meanwhile, boats need this. Just fucking make it into steam. What's the problem? You basically made one, didn't ya? Fuck you too, bitch. Bunch of rope around it or something to keep it fucking going. Oh, that's great technology. Get rid of it. It burns. No, but it's insulative. It's way fucking more efficient now. Because it's keeping the heat and pressure, and it's definitely way stronger. Get rid of it. They said get rid of it. You don't want to be thrown off the boat again, do you? I'm not even going to do it. You just know that that's what they do. Come on, man. Oh, fuck off. They had steam injectors. Yeah, but they had fucking gasoline injectors before steam injectors. Were we trying to figure out like valve duration and shit? Yeah, we got that a long time ago. Look at this spinny doohickey. And it opens up a little more. This is an offset of timing. It does this, it does that. It changes this fucking little gear right here that spins and it alters the ratio of its gear. So it tends to arrive sooner or arrives later. Ah. When was this? Well, before we even had like pure super gasoline engines. It sucks ass. We had timing and duration and lift all figured out well before the big wigs at the big manufacturers of these vehicles. Fucking jeez, we didn't even have good engines and they had this shit already. Yeah, it was effectively a version of a crankshaft timer that was, then attached separate to the transmission. Fucking hate them. Two-stroke timing, wouldn't you know it? It's almost like I got the same as you four-strokers. Because you do. It's... It's so creative and innovative. I have nothing but time to watch this fucker. How can I do anything to make it better? Constantly, all day. That's all I do. Never-endingly. I need to make this work longer, faster, better. If I don't, I'm going to be fucking swarmed by a bunch of other fucktards that are being paid by a bunch of rich dicks. So we all compete against each other. And then they'll just pick whatever is the cheapest and whoever fucking kisses their ass the most. Great. Super. Fuck off. I don't even want to do it anymore. Meanwhile, farmers, I'm going to use this all damn day. It's lower compression, but sometimes when I put my moonshine in it, it seems to work a little better, and I can definitely get this top of the head a little closer here to this fucking piston. And this sliding thing definitely does work a little bit better, especially when I happen to use it with this over here. It slides like this, but then this goes down. It's kind of like the poppet that you were talking about. No, that is a poppet. No, because it's angled. It's not a poppet. What's its shape? I don't know. Whatever that shape is. It's at an angle? Yeah. It's coming in at an angle. Like off to the side and down. So it goes to the left and then down diagonally. Why? He says it does better with the fuel that he injects. He has an injector? Yeah, at the bottom here. What the fuck? He has a sliding valve. It's just this plenum thing. It's this intake manifold, basically. And it just, goes up there. Yeah! And then it goes in there. Why? Why do you do that? Because it was low compression as fuck. Why do you think? Where are his heads? He just made his own. Basically just took the same thing, drilled some things, ported some things, and did that. Why? How is he doing that? It's the same as yours. You just got a bearing. I don't like this. He says you put moonshine in it? Yeah. Why? What's the problem? Why are you getting all bent out of shape? How does it work? The first instance of stolen design from farmers by bigwigs at fucking colleges. Farmers are often the first one to come up with a creative solution to just make it work with the very little they have. I've got extra grain. I don't even want to drink anymore. It fucks me up from even doing my job. Screw this idea. I'll just fucking burn it. It seems to burn anyways. I wonder if I can burn in my engine. Doesn't seem to fuck it up. Screw it. If I put this under more pressure, I get more out of it, don't I? Yeah. Alright, let's do it. I mean, it's broken anyways. It's practically broken anyways. Yeah. God damn. So what is this? It's a jar. Why do you have a problem with my jar? No, honey, I just, thought you were drinking again. Nope. No, I definitely don't want that shit. This is gonna make it so I can do this. I need to get this whole field done. Right, yeah. God. This sucks. It's using so much. I know, and it's really restrictive. Can I get multiple jars? Yeah, I suppose I have multiple jars. Do you have enough gum? Gum? You were using... We need to change this. It's already rotating. What's... Couldn't do... It's already in a jar. I already put jar. Jar. Fuck. Oh, yeah. Yeah, it did, didn't it? Yeah, well, that's how we shower now. That's true. It's way easier. I'm going to do that. I'll just put it up higher. Yeah, that'll be a fucking same. It's the same thing. I'll just have to top it up. I was going to have to do that anyways. I don't have as many jars. I know. It's just a fucking big jug. Yeah, that's way easier. Where's it going into? What? Oh. Well, it's this. And then we just squeeze that. What? Yeah, it's like a fucking cow. You squeeze the cow udder. Well, yeah, okay, yeah, the cow udder, yeah. Alright, so then it's just, yeah, I'm just gonna fucking do the same thing. Why not? If it works for them, why not? I don't know. I mean, yeah, fuck it. I mean, try it, man. Why not? Yeah. I know things about gears. Yeah, are you kidding me? Who doesn't, really? No. Okay, dick. Really? But what if I use that to change this? Well, I suppose that could work. Right? Yeah. Yeah, I mean, at different RPMs, it definitely needs different amounts. This is spinning faster. I don't want it to do that. I want it to still be the same. I want it to be in lockstep for the total amount of duration. See how I crank this? But if I crank it like this, it's only this amount of time. So think about it like this. I'm cranking it like this, and then this actually starts rotating like this, right? And so start rotating it like that. Right, yeah. And, oh, yeah, no, well, it's definitely not at the right... It didn't last the same amount of time. No, it doesn't. I'm going to use gears to change that. All right, let's do it. Timing duration has been achieved. Well, it's kinetic, isn't it? When I hit something hard, it'll keep going, right? Well, yeah. Okay. What does that matter? Well, I mean, this can open up, right? That's what you use it for your Steam stuff, right? Yeah. Well, okay. So then, yeah, I'm just going to use that to push it down a little bit. It'll be closer. It'll push it in more. Lift has been achieved. We're in the 1900s still. 1910s haven't happened yet. Yeah, because it's basic shit. It's not hard at all to do that. Gears are a dime a dozen when you have to use shit like that. Different size wheel, different size gear. All this is super simple to them. They have to use it every damn day. They have nothing but time to constantly stress, get anxious, and try and figure any damn way out of effectively not having enough at the end of the damn day.
I'm a college bigwig with all this pomp and circumstance and opportunity, and look at the money, and I'm so much better than thou. Look at my entitlement. I am just am. What are you doing over there? How did you achieve this result? What is this? I'm gonna steal that. Bitch! Look, can I get some money maybe? Maybe it'll help them. No. I mean, yes, you will. Oh, fuck. Name's gone. But hey, you can track with all their little records and fucking journals where they got the idea from when they traveled to certain places and talked to certain people. Relates very directly to certain people because they also had journals. They also kept a record. Turns out, shit's there. You guys suck. You're all garbage people. Every one of you is an Edison. Not to mention that Tesla has their own version, unfortunately. Which sucks. Yeah. But they did figure their own thing out, and Edison also had it happen to them, and this is the bloody nature of it all. Everyone was doing that. It sucks. Don't ever think any scientist hasn't effectively stolen something from someone. Or engineer, or technologist, or mathematician. They're all that. Everyone that has their name attached to someone is just someone that was big enough to essentially buy their way to virality. Just like we see now. Just as relevant even before that point as it is now. So, it's like, alright, well, that goes the way of the dodo bird. Hey, it's almost like back in the past because, war, we needed to be reliable, this is experimental, we can't possibly, blah, 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 blah. And I'm going to get a hell of a lot of money. I already have a whole bunch of these, surplus. I'll give it to you for cheap if you give me a decent chunk of change here and a contract. Yeah, fuck. Damn it. We use horses anyways. Great. No maritime, though? No, we don't. Shut up. We're not going to use that anyways. It's volatile, bad. Well, I mean, it's pretty good for that, though. Oh, really, is it? A little later after that. Stupidest thing in the world. After a while. Zeppelins came first. You mean hot air balloons? Oh, I'm sorry. Do you mean this one? Or 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 this one? But they made it first. Gonna move on. This is the final segment of that. So, I guess I'll just fucking figure out some gearing here attached to a goddamn pulley. They use pulleys? Why the fuck would they use a pulley? I'm not sure. Seems like a really dumb way to do it, considering they actually have just gears and axles. They're using push rods all the fucking time. Why don't they just have it rotate? They can make it hollow and still manage to handle all the fucking pressure and torque it has, and alter it based upon the same cone and ball design that you have. I don't even know what the fuck this is. No. Oh, God. You could go from 1 to 2 of them. Literally. Let alone the fucking intake is basically now just a supercharger that times it for you. Because it maintains a venerator. The same thing. It's a CVT that we're talking about that rotates a certain amount, and then that's your one axle, which is kind of like a differential at this point. with cooling, which you need anyways, then it could be bathed in lubricating fluid that cools the air coming in as it gets pressurized from a central to an outer to then a rotating cylinder that keeps it in a constant rotating pressurized state that's cooled, then opens. So it changes this given amount of volume and pressure, which maintains velocity, into, you guessed it, look at these valves, they're the same, but they're angled. Yeah, why wouldn't I use angled? What? Yeah, why wouldn't I just use... Wait, you know what? You're right. Fuck the angled things. I'm just gonna make this rotate. It's 2 discs. It's just like your fucking discs with the stupid, like, little axle. No, I didn't even use an axle. That's just 2 plates sliding on each other. Oh, right. True. Anyways, I'll take that idea, but just kind of use the 2 plates, and then they'll just rotate. And then it's intake on one side, and then it's exhaust on the other. And then I can just dynamically have the 2 plates change their total amount of open and close and duration, which is lift, timing, duration, all together as one. What about them, like, flexing? No, they're resting against themselves. They effectively have no flex. They're just as strong as the head at that point. Do I need an axle for a spark or injector? Depends on what you want to do. Or both. Yeah, you know what? Rocket injector. Inject some air into a spark, electrode to ground chamber that fires from the sides. Fuel into that together. Air and fuel go together as one. What do I need this intake? I'm not sure. And thus is born a large percentage of my changes to engines after a while. Makes no sense to do anything the way they do it. I eventually just turned this into cylinder's a valve. It's already a poppet valve. I'll just open it up in the center a little bit. What if I do it like this instead? Oh, that'll be better. Oh, what if I just have this rotating fucking, cylinder valve, but it's actually around the empty cylinder. And then I'll use the 2 things idea, but then it's closer to this, and then it all just turned into, like, this is really easy and simple. It's an injector at the top. I don't even need... I can just turn the fucking injector into the fucking coolant, which is the gas, and then the air goes through, which is already the compressor, and it goes through, goes up the thing that's hollow, which is the connecting rod, which goes through the gas, which can also go through the oil ring. Oil ring doesn't need oil in it. It can just have gas. Gas then vaporizes as it coats the side. I can add in extra air, run lean, draw a little bit of a vacuum, it vaporizes up, and the valve still works just fine. It's now a Lemke cycle. It goes 1 stroke every single time, goes back up, all the air goes to the bottom. The bottomer is not the crank. The crank is separate to the bottomer. The valve rotates, it goes towards the variable geometry turbine for the super turbo combo part of crank and bearing for intake. That goes to, you guessed it, pressurized cylinder. Rotating cylinder in this area is actually nitrogen cylinder. Changing when I want cylinder to have some amount of nitrogen to soak up some amount of heat as it's quite hot. Allowing for nitrogen to didn't just go right directly into the turbine. Keeping the fucking coolant of the crankshaft, which is different, and I described that in other videos. Cool still. If I have it go backwards, recirculate a little bit, Bernoulli's principle, higher velocity, greater maintained pressure, greater efficiency, And it doesn't really usually need a radiator. Depending on how hard you want to run it, though, you can usually get away with a radiator that happens to have the Bernoulli's principle of the exhaust go into it with a coolant that's on the outside because there's heat sink fins that then has that, and a little bit outside of that, which is not a part of the heating of the engine, and the exhaust going into that then draws a big volume of air around that into the radiator, which happens to be a Joule-Thomson acoustic resonance thermosiphon two-phase vacuum area once it gets hot enough to help with the phase change. Okay. To expand in another area, but of course, guess what? That helps with acoustic resonance in the Joule-Thomson cycle. And it collects back in, cools the exhaust quite a bit, and allows for that to go into electricity, because there's piezoelectrics here, along with the engine block, thermophotovoltaics, and thermoelectric generating material, solenoids, standard stuff. You can get brushed, you have piston rings, but you can also do standard wireless, brushless solenoids types of designs. As a part of this, which, by the way, it's still heating up something, and then it has to go through this. That's a catalytic conversion along with the variable turbine geometry and intake, which, what does that do, everyone? Electron redox flow. Electron redox flow is possible now, as it happens to have to do electricity work. Yeah, an electron's here, that's negative, this is positive, it wants to equalize out. I get more electricity for that. I get very close to 99% or above once thermals and certain RPM, blah, blah. Doesn't matter. The better you do it, the closer you get to that. Point is, highly efficient engines that are not illegal in the slightest to any of the thermodynamic laws that exist. But it's like pumping losses. Pumping losses actually make energy because that heat energy is recaptured and, in fact, desired. Yeah, right. But that also reduces friction. The heat usually doesn't. Yes, heat usually doesn't, but different materials does exactly that. You're not someone that works with internal combustion engines, do you? You don't either. Do you ever work conceptually with them? Do you understand the physics behind them? The material design physics? Or any of it? No. Then leave me alone. It's just a thing after a while. It's like there are a lot of really, really easy materials to make that are incredibly easy to precipitate and then electro and it's like a electroplate, but it's not really an electroplate because then we also have electromagnetic. It's like a field gate, so it's like a semiconductor that we're plating and then we're heating and then we're changing with coolant of the solution as precipitate, and then we're growing it as a result very quickly down to nano sizes here as to puzzle piece, and depending on the solutions and the heating and the cooling and of course the types of compression that we can do with light, although that usually requires quite a lot of light, so I don't really like to do that. Instead I go zap with light with electromagnetic with a static difference, like, I don't know, powder coating that rapidly cools, hardening it, but then it vibrates and of course gets hot again and then immediately tempers itself based upon a cavitation, which of course is created thanks to the light again. Rapidly forging, except these are kind of like fullerenes and carbon onion balls and graphites and diamond-like carbons and small diamonds, creating a polystructural, polymerized, polycrystalline diamond that is easily grown and extraordinarily hard and long-lasting, especially how you happen to dope it, depending on nitrogen, oxygen, and more. you can start getting into really, really, really cool, incredibly strong, low reactive substances, compounds, crystals that can still have the piezoelectrics attached to them, coils embedded, magnets made to exist within them, because of course you have a magnetic, and then you can compress it. And if you know anything about making magnets stronger, it's like I make the magnet like this, it starts to have a little bit of that. If I hit it and I heat it and then I put a strong electromagnetic field around it, it then gets stronger to a point, the flux. Well, I can also change the flux based upon that light and electrostatic and electromagnetic and how often I alter its state, making it have a higher degree, and depending on how I layer them, almost like monopole. It's not a monopole, but it's kind of like focusing and redirecting a, let's say, north and south, so that north is facing down, south is facing up. It grabs the north and it tries to pull it back around and absorb it into the electromagnetic fields of the permanent magnets here, back up. It loses some of that. That's okay, and some of it does bleed down. That's fine, because the majority of it did go the direction that you wish for it to travel, and you get more out of it in a smaller area. No longer needing superconducting magnets or any of these other bullshits. And man, fuck monopoles. Those bastards. Where are they? I don't know, but maybe one day. Point is, this is good enough for basically everything. And so it's like, this is super, super hard, slick, easily turned into lots of electricity, and then some shit that you can just grow with almost next to no electricity. In a solution, I got bored after a while. I was like, I've made an ultimate engine. I can make this in so many ways. I even made it with this turbine that goes inwards and outwards with air intake from the center, and it goes out, right? And it captures it, reverse of a Tesla, basically. You know, and it goes spin, and then it goes closer, and then it's like, this is electrostatic and electromagnetic, and then this is thermal, and as I'm already using this as an electric motor, and I already have to do this. This is a Z-pinch, as it has to move. That's attractive. Then this is a repulsive. That with the right materials, yeah, with this little nitrogen filter here, and this little exchange over here, and these little areas that are, as it moves, happens to go over that way, and it has to travel through like this, and it happens to squeeze and do this, and blah, 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 with the right amount of light, too, because, of course, IR can be captured, and that's heat, and same thing with anything else. If you wanted to even add light, then means I can just filter out air and have it combine and explosive decompose. That's H2O2, wouldn't you know, nitric dioxide and oxides. Then they give me N2s and O2s and H2Os, and oh, what's this, carbon dioxide? Yeah, when it's kind of like a near plasma state in a really, really small area, and then you happen to have a lot of these charge differences and blah, blah, wouldn't you know it? It turns into C's and O's over there. That's heat. That can eventually cool it down. That's ground. Here it is, carbon catch can. I'm scrubbing the air and getting electricity by doing that. Especially because I can recapture the exothermic anyways. Which then makes it so highly efficient that it literally gives me extra, because there's latent heat in the air and, yeah, storage of the chemical bond energy. As I'm separating it so efficiently, I actually get more out of it as an exothermic reaction than if I wouldn't do it. Behold, the magic. How did you make air do this? I'm sorry, I don't speak stupid. What do you mean, how? You use it with your heat pumps every day. You're literally making a humidity generator all the time. You use massive amounts of charged electric fields within your air constantly and in multiple different electron redox flow gaseous systems. How much do you know about this that you are talking about? Before you talk to me, what's your qualifications? Do you know how your brain in your body happens to get electricity using exothermic reactivity in cellular biology? Yes. Behold, that's how I'm doing this. That's how you make electricity a lot of the times, you little scrub. And you make yourself more efficient. You're effectively an organ that constantly recirculates the vast majority of its systems. All you do is intake a little bit. You breathe a little bit. And then you combine the two in a bunch of little different types of ways. Behold, this is even better than your body at doing it. That's all I did. And I just added some energy in, and it continues. And I still do add energy in. It extends it, but depending on rolling, wind, resistance, amount of light I can capture, piezoelectrics within the very body structure itself, and a whole hell of a lot more, I might literally never charge it. It's a really good, hyper-efficient hypermiler that does almost next to nothing for actual energy waste. Make your body the things around you. You don't get it, do you? You don't need much energy to make that continue. You're 100 years old. Do you realize you just fed it a little bit? Because it repaired. I mean, it still takes, you take next to no energy to move your own body that fast. Do you understand yet? Learn to be more efficient, please. And you last a really long time. Your batteries suck. Why do you design them like this? Oh, by the way, right, I had to talk about this. Remember the supportive structure for the thermoelectric and photovoltaic, right? Which I also then just use solar photovoltaic, because there is actually a lot of destructive and constructive interferences there to how it is light gets produced. I mean, it's mostly IR, but there is other light there. It's like I have to support that somehow, right? So it's like, well, certain batteries are solid state that are actually ceramic and or metal or semiconducting metal, so on, that is way strong enough for this. And it's factually super much more light. And it costs a hell of a lot less to grow it when I'm already basically just growing it from scratch like this anyways. And just basically grow a few of them and then slowly get them closer to each other and then just press under a vacuum. Then it welds. Or basically gets rid of all air gaps. Heat it up a little bit, run the right electricity through it, make sure what was growing next to it will weld together for that. There's no oxygen there and it's in a vacuum, so wouldn't you know it, it does weld. It uses the very least amount of energy to do it too. Wow, my batteries. And they're even cooled. And they're right next to each other with capacitors. And supercapacitors. It's almost like it's analog, the computer, the engine. I don't need a controller. The controller is the engine block. Why wouldn't I just design it into it? I don't know. That sounds like it's super expensive. No, it's the opposite. It even uses less electricity to do it, and less resources outright. It weighs less, it's more efficient, it's more powerful. Why aren't you doing this? It even sounds good, as long as I put the air through the right way, and I can Bernoulli principle, and then combine that, which is almost like an augmenter. It then allows for me, because, man, I have to have that radiator there, right? Like, then I just put a valve there, it doesn't go back. Reflectivity property dictates that then creates a cavity resonance. That cavity resonance then can go through its own version of piezoelectric, as piezoelectric has strain and stress relief of this amount of thickness, this amount of bend, this amount of size, this amount of blah blah blah. I get a rip-roaring, huge ass, sounds like a rocket engine going down the street, but it's deep, throaty bass. that I like. Why didn't you do that? It's cheaper to do that. And I actually get more energy because air around me still contains it. There's pressure differences, like reed valves and some other shit. Why aren't you doing this? I don't know. If you're cooling it, it then accelerates because it's condensed. It goes from this volume to this volume. It then accelerates off to somewhere else. I gained volume somewhere else, but I also gained a change, a flex. I gain energy from the outside air going towards it, but of course as it speeds and it slows, it heats and it cools, I can use that and get more energy that way too with piezoelectrics. Behold, I'm over 100%. Not really, but you get the picture. And it sounds amazing. Why wouldn't you do it? And it's cheaper. Why wouldn't you do this? I'm looking at like every car manufacturer in the world right now. It literally costs next to nothing. It's super cheap to do. It is super easy to do. And you know what the worst part though is also? It's stupendously powerful for its size and weight. That makes fuel efficiency go way the hell up. I eventually just went, why could you use air? I'll just store air in a vacuum inside the electric motor, and then it'll suck in air after it starts spinning up. Depending on how I got a little nitrogen, a little oxygen over here, because I store a little bit of that, and a little vacuum in there, then what am I doing here? Yeah. I don't think you get it, though, yet. Remember that vacuum? That's a plasma state. I can make an ionic plasma of electrons jumping, remember? You know, like the little Tesla coil and a bulb trick. But that actually increases the efficiency of separation of ionic charge and vortex and change of density and so on of different gases in our atmosphere. Dust is actually something I'm hoping for, because I can use that to separate things and break it down depending on the size of that particle. It gets really easy and I can get more out of it. So why wouldn't you do this? And it will still sound like a nice little jet rocket engine thing. Yeah, why wouldn't you? Yeah. Why wouldn't you? No, there's no conspiracy with subsidies of big oil. Come on. They tried to make it more efficient in the past. It doesn't sound as good. You knew about organs. You knew about resonances. Yeah, and it was cheap. That's why the fucking church people did it. Shut the fuck up, I don't care. Piano boards amplify a small string's movement into a bigger area. Do you know that? No, I don't know that. For resonance, and it creates a tone. That's how your guitars work. That's how everything of your music works, idiot. But I don't care, and I'm not going to. Fuck off. God. Okay. So now I live in 2024 land. It's the same as it was before. They're preaching green. They never want green. They're preaching the reduction of this stuff. They don't want to. They actually are ramping up all of that, and our economy's actually in the shitter. Consumers are fucked. Things are getting worse. People are paid less, too. Things cost more. They know Teddy Roosevelt instigated and made, which isn't instigated, it's actually just made the law of SSI and SSDI, because he understood that your stupid monopolistic shit for your capitalism means you suck everything dry and it all goes to shit. He understood the intelligence of a lot of people telling him that, even as economists that had no idea about Marxists. Roosevelt, not stupid cunt face next to Greg, that loser douchefuck, who thinks bigger land value, size means you should now obviously be the only thing that makes rules around here. Good old fucking retard Texas. And women don't need any choice. I'm not a big fan of this place, you know? This point in time, you think it's great, but it's not. It's really not. It has good things, but those good things are being taken away. You know, the community the community that helped you. You had the sex, you could find the love, you had the times you could meet up, talk, really have a fulfilling conversation. That got smaller and smaller and smaller. We thought it was going to be online. Man, did that change. It's the equivalent of everybody knows who you are, no matter how hard you try. That was never a bad thing, because everybody did in your local community, basically. Then you realize people were crazy. They'd go over and try and fuck your shit up. So you tried to run. You realized nobody is being taught not to do that, and try to accept each other's differences. Because we couldn't talk to each other, we were always afraid. It sucks ass. It's not always the case. Things aren't always like that. But still, it's dwindling and you need money now to even get it. How fucking shitty is that? You used to just talk to people. You didn't need money. In fact, you were able to grow your own shit, make your own shit. You didn't need all that. Now it's an arbitrary potential value designed off of a given economic idea of possible future continuation of valuations. All fake shit. I think and hope it will be this. So then it does. And then people secretly do dumb shit and don't get caught. And then the valuation doesn't change. I wonder why they'd want that, especially if they want that to look like it's still good because the rich are doing well, but then the others that are lower down aren't. Yeah. Bad stuff, stupid stuff, too fucking bad after a while. I realized a lot of people learned a lot by just necessity alone, and realized the people that they looked up to were always wrong. Terrible people that had too much money and were just the ones that were in the papers that would be remembered later. But not actually anything that really probably learned and did the work, thought of the stuff and were creative and were the ones that were intelligent. That shit sucks. A lot of the science, all of these making, all of it for so long. Yeah, ill-gotten thieves' gains. Some good, for its worth, of their own stuff. Or, for its worth, it is actually good stuff that they stole. But still, great engines. I guess I'll go into quantum physics now. Oh, fuck. It's the same thing. And when I fix that, well, I'll just make some bio stuff. Alright, so if I make like a third, but it's not like a mitochondria, it's just an observation cell that exists inside of our cell, It's an artificial cell that we put in there that works like the mitochondria, and our bodies grow, and we write the DNA for it to propagate and exist inside of us. That works off of the information of the excretion of waste that then transfers and recirculates and repairs off of that, which is effectively a bunch of fancy, stupid thing for it eats your poop with enzymes, peptides, proteins, and so on. The standard bullshit of organic molecules that all exist in your body. They're like so-ons. They have names. So do all the other ons for the gluons and fucking quarks that are like charms and this and that, and none of them matter. Who gives a shit? Know them by what they do. Don't know them by their name. You stupid cunt. You can mix them and match them in a different multitude of ways. There's no single one chemical that at all is the be-all end-all. Every fucking thing you eat has a myriad of them, and diversity is the king of propagation of a continuation. You little stupid cunt. Know them by their resultive occurrence, what they do, not by their name. You'll learn faster and better, like the rest of us. You'll understand it. Then you can use it. Look at me, I'm bigwig. I know all the names. What does that do? I don't know. Take a look at it. Let's look at the physics of it, please. It's shaped like this. It has this here. It means these things are like this, with these fields, these charge, and these shapes. It will interact how with this over here? I don't know. Why are you a fucking medical biological student, you prick? You organic major douchefuck. I don't care if you got a PhD. You don't even know the physics of what it is you're doing. What do they teach you nowadays? I'm not sure. Did you just memorize some bullshit and then you passed? And you said some fancy bullshit about some intuitive, logical result of things from any of these rote memorizational craps that you didn't learn how, why, and when, and where they do the things they do? Who's your PhD good for? You're the equivalent of an elementary school student. I hate you. Oh. So, this acts like this. It vibrates like this. It makes this type of field like this. It interacts with these types of ultimate manners, with this type of ultimate heat value in other fields around. What is the result of occurrence? How does it store its information? No. It stores it by the fucking change of its shape, you retard. In the field change they're in. It's like a fucking memory of fields, which we use. Do you not know that? That's like capacitors that we use in various fucking flash and volatile memory. I hate them. It then calculates using changes to its field, its interactivity, its interference pathways, and its influence. It's all stuck together by that, man. It's a bunch of fields, dude. Yeah, you are. With some stucky bigger bits. Shut up. You don't know. I hate people that think they know things. That's literally every biological fucking function in your body. It's not even a joke. Fuck off. Behold, here's the waste. Here's the only chemicals that you can stick together into an artificial fucking goddamn extra cell that lives inside of your cell that eats it and then uses it to repair the walls and the mitochondria and the DNA. So its function continues just fine. It repairs any given changes to what it is you would prefer it to be doing. It can differentiate into, once it does its mitosis, the next one, because it'll go somewhat semi like other mitosis factors, depending here on the cell. This one's a weird one. Cellular biology is weird, so I'm not going to get into that. But generally speaking, it doesn't go into a stem cell state, but it's somewhat stem cell-like. It's more of like a chrysalis state with butterflies, where it comes into as a big soup that then eventually congeals into these solid things-ish that are very squishy, separated now. That should help you probably understand what this is, okay? This can now do that and help it during that. Polymers are fine. The DNA remembers. It doesn't go through the stresses it used to. It requires now far less energy from fucking extra sources. You guessed it. Eating and fucking drinking water and breathing is less required, because it stores a given amount, like a battery. That's a helpful calculator that happens to scrub what it is that it excretes and does, making it like an enzymatic catalyst to the intake and exhaust of the engine of it all. Much like the engine block, the membrane gets helped to help make it more efficient with this, as the intake and exhaust are both a part of it, requiring less heat and requiring less electricity, requiring less chemical processes, and wouldn't you have it, it repairs itself beautifully. You go back to no longer really aging as much. You can still die, but it's basic cellular immortality. It's hard to create it. I've seen these artificial cells, though. Yeah, but we don't know all this. We do know every compound in those things and what we put in there and what the reactive parts are and how they tend to go through them. So it's possible. Why don't you get to work on it then? Because I need money and all this other stuff. Thanks! You're like me. I'm not even published. I don't even have a PhD. Congrats. Welcome to the club of losers, like Yan Li Kun says. Thanks. I don't even side with Elon on that. It's not the stupidest thing. But, god damn it. Anyways, this gives us a really good repair and cellular function continuality. It also then goes into, I went into this one, which goes, during mitosis, the cell, the extra cell that's in there, then changes it into stem cells, which then differentiate. During the mitosis, it undergoes a change which alters its information, which says, this is your DNA sequence, that then goes into the stem cells, and then it goes through total repair process for said stem cell, stays there, and waits for it to get the necessary chemical signatures, which I just call them chemical signatures because, Jesus Christ, they're all just organic chemicals. Shut the fuck up. That says differentiate into this. Behold, my bone marrow. It just does this automatically. I can change it from there. That then means my whole body automatically does this. I am now biologically immortal. I have a bunch of stem cells that are perfectly functional. All my other cells start getting repaired really, really well. my immune system will absolutely be able to get changed doing the same thing, which is the other part, autophagy or whatever it is that ultimately happens to store that information. I just changed that, and wouldn't you know it, it's almost like I don't have that antigen or trigger to the immune system to attack your system, your regular biological system, outside of a change that denotes, obviously, instead of during mitosis here, which is what I was doing, this is the change now that I've been focusing on. It goes to, that's senescent, or that's absolutely cancer. You're a cancer cell, you bitch. You're putting out this. You don't need that. You're saying you need more of these things. You don't need those things. Those are clear signatures that cancer, you're meeting at least 2 of them. I'm going to go fill you up. Oh, yeah. Yeah, that cellular wall says you're cancer, bitch. Nom, 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 nom. Behold, cancer's fixed. Behold, autoimmune disorders are fixed. Behold, I can still make this effectively do with that version of the mitosis thing I was talking about, of a mitosis to, shockingly, for permanent cells, stem cells. It attacks the permanent cell. I want it to, but not fully. The permanent cell tries to repair itself, but in so doing, it gets this change from a CRISPR-Cas9, and it has a bunch of helpful lipid, protein, enzymes, amino acids, and a whole bunch of other shit that I talk about in that biological playlist, biohacking playlist here, that I go over that. And wouldn't you know it, it's like Presto Changeo, except it's actually a lot of physics, so stop. That says, my DNA is now this sequence, which apparently means stem cells, which I've got 2. You know about that nucleus here? You know how mitosis happens? It has a kinesin, a K2, has these types of proteins, it expresses this, right? That's how mitosis works. So undergoing the repair, it goes, I need to fix this, and what was this originally? And oh my god, my DNA, and hey, membrane, also other stuff around me. Please give me things. Pump it in. You're just taking pills effectively. You know what I mean? And it's like, wouldn't you know it? And there goes the mitosis. Shockingly. Oh no, that's so terrible. Look at all these new stem cells that are perfectly fucking functional, brand new cells that are fully repaired, back to brand new. That happen to have, there's this extra cell that helps it repair. I could probably use that. I'm going to continue using that. Now all my permanent cells can repair themselves. They're no longer non-repairable permanent cells. It's almost like I get definitely biological immortality doing this. And it would only take some amount of time, depending on how much money, how many people, and all the rest of it that you can invest into this. All of a sudden, millionaires, billionaires, and other people, why wouldn't we do this? Why wouldn't we just make ourselves biologically immortal? We would overrun all of our resources. We would not expand into space. Blah, 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 blah. Here's a bunch of ways to expand into space really easily and make our resources get stretched incredibly far and be recycled incredibly easily with very little amounts of energy. I hate you. Stop making my capitalism die. Stop making government change so that way we have to say you're valid in something. The country dies before capitalism again. I hate this. Yes. Remember the acceptance, the meditation, the mindfulness, and accepting self relative to others. Others are going to be absolute abusive douchefucks, and you can't change them. Remembering that you can continue heading towards your goals and trying your hardest for that. And you might be able to get others, and you have to understand that progress over time is all it is, and building up is all it can be, and convincing others is all it really tends to get to. And you have to then do the same thing that the big wigs do, and you get a big cult-like following, and then mass and momentum, and something happens. I remember that. There we go. Alright, now I'm actually finally done. This is my tagline. You're not gonna like this tagline. Suck my dick and balls, like and subscribe, and please share. See you later. Bye.